Deputy Speaker.
Well, you can resume. You have 15 more minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Welcome to the chair. Mr. Deputy Speaker, before the break, I was making a plea on behalf of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, coupled with the provision of statistical information that is available to us from none other than the Acting Commissioner of Police with respect to these crimes that can only be described as dangerous scourges on society by being related to firearm-related offenses, the crime of kidnapping, and criminal activity related to gangs and gang-related activity. And I'd like to just pick it back up there, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with again, and then I'm finishing off shortly with the evidence and what I really call the pleas being made by the Trinidad and Tobago law enforcement authorities through the Commissioner of Police. He says that these limited statistics give a snapshot of the incidence of reoffending when it comes to firearm-related and violent offenses. It is noteworthy that these statistics relate solely to persons who committed firearm-related offenses in the years 2014, 2015, and 2016. So what we have, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is the Acting Commissioner of Police saying that, look, there are statistically it's proven that there are a number of repeat offenses who are continuing to use firearms and illegal firearms, and they are very tied, or the suspicion, well, more than a suspicion, is that they're tied to gang-related activities. What we're seeking to do here today, to just bring the thought process back in line, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is provide for a further sunset clause of 2 years to allow these repeat offenders and persons who are found in possession of illegal firearms or gang-related activity to be committing gang-related activity to not have that right immediately to bail. And this is what the expert, the Acting Commissioner of Police, says with respect. As the statistics have shown, there are persistent reoffenders who pose a significant threat to the administration of the criminal justice system in Trinidad and Tobago and to public safety. It appears that there is little which deters these persons from engaging in continued criminal activity. There remains a challenge of finding an effective deterrent which will arrest the level of criminal activity, and particularly that of firearm violence in the country. Until this occurs, the integrity of the criminal justice system is in danger, and law enforcement and the administration of justice will be viewed as ineffective. The Acting Commissioner of Police goes on to say, having had the benefit of these statistics and this further information, I am of the view that an effective and proper functioning bail system which ensures that witnesses and suspected informants are not intimidated or eliminated prior to trial, and that accused persons desist from continued criminal activity is a critical element in the reduction of criminal activity and the maintenance of law and order in the country. Where persons are released on bail pending their trial, there is significant opportunity for witnesses to be threatened and eliminated either by the accused himself or his associates, including other gang members. Where prosecutions collapse due to the unwillingness of witnesses to testify or on account of the elimination of witnesses, confidence in the justice system is eroded and becomes more difficult to obtain the cooperation of informants and to bring persons who continue to engage in criminal activity to justice. It is a cyclical relationship which threatens the fabric of society and the administration of justice as a whole. Restrictions on the grant of bail, whilst not a standalone measure, therefore remain a critical element in ensuring public confidence in the administration of justice and the maintenance of peace and good order in society.
You, Mr. Speaker, I was just wondering from the Minister what document he has been reading from for the evening period. Yeah.
Thank you very much,
Honourable
Mr.
Member.
Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I've been reading from sworn affidavit testimony of Mr. Stephen Williams, the Acting Commissioner of Police. Well, it's available on the public record. It is to a case that he's in, that Mr. Ramdeen is the junior counsel in, and it is case claim CV 2016 of 0074. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the point that's being made, and I think is worth repeating, is that we have here the sworn testimony of the Acting Commissioner of Police, and I'd like to just repeat, with your leave, this last part, because to me, respectfully, this is the most important part for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago to take note of, and hopefully for my colleagues on the other side to take note of, because this is not coming from the government. This is not a plea that's coming from a party. This is to another party. Rather, this is a person charged with the responsibility of fighting crime in Trinidad and Tobago. And therefore, this is his conversation with the public of Trinidad and Tobago and the citizens, to us parliamentarians, as to why the continuation of this legislation is important. And this is what he says. Restrictions on the grant of bail, whilst not a standalone measure, therefore remain a critical element in ensuring public confidence in the administration of justice and the maintenance of peace and good order in society. And of course, colleagues, that is to be married with what the Commissioner said previously about the need for this to continue as an important tool in the kit of the law enforcement authorities of Trinidad and Tobago, fighting the crimes related to illegal firearm possession, the crimes related to anti-gang behavior and criminal activity, and also the crime of kidnapping. So on behalf of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, being charged with the responsibility of representing their views, and in particular, the views of Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, unfortunately a constituency that has felt the effects of violent crime for all too often in our recent past, I plead on behalf of these citizens, with all who are present in the House here tonight and this evening, to do what is right. And I think when you have your Acting Commissioner of Police reaching out and saying that the continuation of this legislation is important in the fight against crime, it is not something that we should ignore. So I plead that we do what is right for Trinidad and Tobago, and at the end, when the vote is taken, to allow them the next 2-year period to have the protection of these provisions with respect to bail. And as I begin to wrap up, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to just refer very briefly to Section 13, subsection 1 of the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago. Because as we all know here, this legislation, this bill, and as the Leader of the Opposition said, a very short, simple but wide and far-reaching effects of such legislation, they do infringe on the rights, the entrenched rights of citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, and therefore they require a 3/5 majority. And the clause, the provision in the Constitution that deals with this is Section 13(1), which says, an act to which this section applies may expressly declare that it shall have effect, even though inconsistent with Sections 4 and 5. And if any such act does so declare, it shall have effect accordingly, unless the act is shown not to be reasonably justifiable in a society that has a proper respect for the rights and freedoms of individuals. And I thought I heard it falling from the lips of the Honourable Member for Separia, that she felt that there was a risk that the continuation of this legislation infringed on what I've just read from Section 13, and the important legal parts being that this legislation is not reasonably justifiable in a society that has a proper respect for the rights and freedoms of the individual. I'd like to alleviate any concerns that there is any such infringement. One, this may be something that is currently being challenged through the courts by those who brought the legislation here before. But certainly one of the tests that is used by a court in determining this is to look at other jurisdictions in the world and other democratic, like-minded jurisdictions in the world and see whether they have themselves applied such laws and such measures. So respectfully, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to inform the members of this House that in fact, this is not unique. This type of legislation is not unique at all to Trinidad and Tobago. And on a very quick and cursory glance and with some very quick research, the illegal possession of firearms, to use one example, as non-bailable offenses, is also contained in the legislation of Barbados, one of our nearby neighbors, who one may argue may not have the amount of serious criminal activity as we do. The Cayman Islands, just to use someone else in our region, Guyana, Malaysia, Pakistan and Zanzibar. These are just some of the jurisdictions that have similar type legislation. So that should alleviate the concern that any challenge via subsection 13(1) of the Constitution would be ill-placed. And very briefly, I'd like to say on record, because we've heard some suggestion today about the involvement of the Honorable Attorney General and myself with respect to a report from Sir Coleman, Anthony Coleman, and just with response to that, it is now on record that the Honorable Attorney General has recused himself from anything to do with it. The Honorable Prime Minister in his statement said very clearly that there was absolutely no finding, mention, adverse or otherwise, any comment with respect to the Honorable Attorney General. My participation in it, and as usual, unfortunately, no matter how much you plead with members of the House not to misrepresent fact and not to try and give the wrong perception to society, my participation in that was merely as one counsel for a non-related party who acted as an expert witness, that is for Ernst & Young, and to act as their counsel throughout the course of commission. There was no finding, suggestion, otherwise they were asked to give expert evidence in it. But I expect Oropuch East to continue in his behavior and his mannerisms and continue, and one day we will talk about certain villas in Tobago maybe, and etc. with respect to that. Plantation Villa 111.
101 or 111?
So having said that,
Honorable Member, you have 2 more minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, what I'd like to say is that we stand here exercising our responsibility and exercising the duties that we've been charged with by the population of Trinidad and Tobago. This is a simple bill with far-reaching effects that I'd like to suggest we all support here tonight, because we've had the person charged with responsibility for fighting crime tell us he needs it as a continuation in a tool in the fight against crime. And with those few words, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I do thank you.
Honorable Member for Caroni Central, proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The member for Pointe-a-Pierre North, St. Anne's West, talked a little bit about his constituency of Pointe-a-Pierre North, St. Anne's West. And I want to start my contribution here, Mr. Deputy Speaker, today on this bill before us by talking a little bit about my constituency of Caroni Central. If any member of this House has been there, what they will see is a very, very green constituency bordered by the highway and stretching eastwards in central Trinidad. And at the center of it is the Central Range and the Montserrat Hills, which produces the best cocoa that the world knows. and in which all the people there are very enterprising and hardworking, and they are very peaceful people. And I am using that description of my constituency of Caroni Central to indicate by, in explaining something, you could either use a process of deductive reasoning in which you come from the big picture, so to speak, to make a generalization. Or you could start with something specific and then draw a conclusion about the implication of something small that tells a larger story. And I use the illustration of Caroni Central and how lush and beautiful and quiet and peaceful and full of enterprising people, hardworking people it is. Because I want to call the names of 6 people who have been murdered in less than the last 6 months in that constituency. Anne-Marie Bain, murdered on the 14th of March 2016, case not solved. Rajesh Sukhai, murdered on the 14th of March 2016, case not solved. Indra Siratan, murdered on the 13th of February 2016, case not solved. Gabriela Sohan, murdered on December 2015, case not solved. Christopher Ramsewak, murdered on December 15th, December, I don't have the date here, case not solved, December 2015. And Alan Mohammed, murdered on May the 16th, case not solved. This is in central Trinidad, in the heart of central Trinidad, in the heart of Caroni Central, the communities in there, communities that produce some of the best cricketers in the West Indies, in addition to the productive people. And the reason why I raise this matter is because last night I went to visit a family in which the head of the household died about 3 weeks ago. And the members of that family remaining, 3, the mother, who is the survivor, 3 sons, and a sister, 3 sons and a daughter. And on Monday, the 16th of June, 2016, they were robbed. And on Monday, the 23rd of June, 2016, 2 armed bandits entered their home, made them all lie on the floor, spent 30 to 45 minutes terrorizing them. One of them was on a telephone talking to somebody else, getting instructions and making communications that they could come now that they had the situation under control. And they took a wad of money and they took jewelry from the people and they left. I called the police, who have not attended to this matter in a serious way as far as I'm concerned, as far as the residents are concerned. And I'm saying that again to indicate what is happening in a relatively peaceful place such as Caroni Central in central Trinidad with all its natural beauty. And today we come here to deal with an act to amend the Bail Amendment Act 2008, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Miscellaneous Provisions Bill, the Bail and Kidnapping Act 2011, the Anti-Gang Act 2011, the Bail Amendment Act 2011, the Bail Amendment Act 2014, and the Bail Amendment Act 2015. And we are here to look at the opportunity of extending these bills. And the reason we are here to do this is because the government thinks that it is important. But I ask the question, given these 6 murders that I mentioned, and given the crime that I mentioned that happened on 2 consecutive days violating the home of this family, how is the extension of these bills going to make a difference in the lives of these 6 people and the 7th family that I mentioned? And the truth is that it will make no difference at all. It will not make one dent in anything that is happening in Trinidad and Tobago today. And therefore, the basis on which the argument is being made by the government that this matter before this House is to fight crime is false. And I want to say that because it is false, we need to look at other things related to the bill if we are to have a serious discussion about it. What are we dealing with here? The Bail Act of 1994, which has been amended several times, as the Attorney General pointed out in his presentation, and with the last major amendment being made in 2008, that Bail Amendment Act, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and which was again amended in 2011, and then called the Miscellaneous Provision Bail and Kidnapping Act. All of these, that is one of the things that we are doing here, trying to expand. That is the main bill that we are trying to extend, not expand, sorry. And then the Anti-Gang Act of 2011. These 2 acts have been extended over the last 4 years. And the government has come to us to ask now for an extension. The argument of the government is that they need to be extended because the sunset clauses have been written into the bills, and that these sunset clauses make these bills about to expire. And the argument is that granting the extension will make these laws still applicable. Not granting the extension will eliminate these as law, and the bail and gang bills will have to be treated, the bail issue and the gang issue will have to be treated under different laws which preceded these laws of 1994, 2008, 2011, and the extensions in 14, 15, etc. But the laws which were enacted in 2008 and 2011 were deemed as necessary at those material times. Extensions were granted because they were deemed necessary when reviewed. Extensions were granted because they were deemed necessary when they were reviewed, as the expiry dates approached. Now, an expiry date was factored into these bills because the bills infringed basic human rights guaranteed by our Constitution. And because of these breaches, the laws were put into effect for a limited duration with the option of review. And then at review, you could extend or not extend, as the case might be, depending again on the prevailing circumstances. The sunset clauses made it clear that such laws should not be contemplated as permanent laws, because the constitutional infringements and the human rights violations were too severe to be put into permanent laws. So these laws were conceived as temporary laws, which should exist if certain objective conditions continued to exist. So one of the questions that I would have for the government and need to be considered by the Parliament today in Trinidad and Tobago is whether the conditions exist today for extension of these family of laws which abrogate rights under the Constitution and which violate violate fundamental human rights of citizens. It is the responsibility of any government seeking to extend the life of such laws, therefore, to make the case by outlining the conditions which make the extension of such laws necessary. And therefore, the responsibility falls on the current government, which can hardly justify its continuing existence as a government. But it falls on them to make the case for extension of these bills, given the serious human rights violations and the inconsistency of some of these laws with sections 4 and 5 of the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago. Now, to get this bill passed, it seems to me that the government's obligation is to convince the opposition members of this honorable House of Representatives of its necessity to give this bill legitimacy, that is the bill before this House for extensions of the existing laws, conceived as temporary laws and of limited duration. To give this bill legitimacy, they must convince citizens of this country, the population at large, that passing this bill will make a difference to the lives and quality of the lives of the citizens of this country. And moreover, that passing this bill will serve a meaningful purpose. The opposition's job is not to make the case for the government. Making a proper case is the government's job. The job of the government is to critically assess what the government is saying. The job of the opposition is to critically assess what the government is saying, whether it makes sense, whether what they're saying has any value, and therefore this is important. And the reason I'm saying this is because a lot of the pre-argument conducted in the public place and carried on here again by both the Attorney General and the member for Port-au-Spain, St. Anne's West, is really to put pressure on the government as if it is, put pressure on the opposition, as if it is the opposition's obligation to do anything in this matter.
Good point.
Now, I am reading here, I'm trying to find the date. Friday, 17th of June, 2016. Okay? This is the member for Port-au-Spain Northeast speaking. If the bill fails, it would mean that all the people charged with gang-related, drug-related firearms, sexual offenses, human trafficking offenses, and certain types of larceny will automatically qualify for bail. An argument produced here again in the House. And we have been, they talk about being in discussion with government, and the question that you have to ask about all these people who will be eligible for bail is how many under this law. And this question that needs to be asked is, when they talk about the fact here, that is to say the member for Port-au-Spain Northeast, this is not a government initiative, it is a continuation by government. And we trust and hope that the opposition would be responsible, because again, putting it in the opposition's court, the question you have to ask, why would the government say that this is not their bill? They come before the House, they want support for it, they say it is not their bill. Then they come here again, this is on Friday, June the 17th, another report, this one is in Newsday, The other report was in the Express. And they ask, the member for Port-au-Spain Northeast says, they would have to have a very good explanation to the citizens as to why they would not want to continue this tool which all law enforcement agencies have indicated is necessary to fight crime. But again, the member did not give us any information, did not show any statistics. He mentioned statistics, but I will say something about that in a minute. And he has not shown us how the law has worked. He also says, Young explained this was a continuation of something that was given birth under a former People's Partnership government, stating government is doing the responsible thing by bringing these bills forward. In other words, raising the argument of continuity of government. But this is selectively practiced by this government. They want continuity in certain things. They do not want continuity in others. And you have to get that issue of continuity straight. I have often said in this parliament that the thinking of the government bothers me. And in this matter, it bothers me again. I have often said in this parliament that the government does not think things through. And that, again, bothers me with this government. And I want to say that it is evidence in the presentation by the member for Port-au-Spain Northeast. He starts off by talking about setting the stage. Every time he says that he's going to set the stage for something, he ends up burning down the stage. He talks about the fact, he talks about what he calls right facts. All right? He always comes here. This is not the first time he's done this. He always comes with the right facts. And every time he comes with the right facts, we end up with some argument that doesn't really follow the logical sequence, and with some strange set of information that in the end defeats the whole purpose of providing information. He accuses the government, the opposition on every occasion of providing misrepresentation, and when he is finished, you cannot make sense of what he said in terms of the information that he is giving. Now, I want to say that the member for Port-au-Spain Northeast comes here. What does he do? It's Port-au-Spain North, Sentence West. Yes, of course, that will be a misrepresentation for you because you don't know fact from fiction. But he comes here and he says that he will support everything with statistics. And he's arguing his case based on statistics. And what is the statistics, as limited as it is, that he provides for us? I was kind of taken aback to hear the representative for Port-au-Spain North and West reading from a document which was only available to him because the person he comes into the parliament and quarrels about and chastises almost every week, Mr. Gerald Ramdeen, brought a case in court, and therefore the documents were then available to be read, and he used that as the source of information here in Trinidad and Tobago, in the Trinidad and Tobago Parliament. More than that, he takes the affidavit of the acting commissioner of police and he uses that as his buffer to... Yes?
Remember, you continue to refer to he. Please, let's, do the honorable thing and, honorable member or something of the sort, please. It's a little repetitious. Yeah.
Spain Northeast.
No, but you continue to use he and, so...
Sentence, yes, said that. Okay, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my apologies. Then the member the member uses the Commissioner of Police as a buffer to argue the case for not politicizing the debate and not politicizing the vote in the debate and not politicizing the piece of legislation. But again, this is a Commissioner of Police that received the rejection of his government when the matter came up. This is a Commissioner of Police who, based on the laws that they had created, which our government had to follow, succeeded in providing people other than that Commissioner of Police who, according to law and according to the parliamentary process, in which we did not wish to do what they had done, ended up in a situation where he was not Commissioner of Police and there was another commissioner and a deputy commissioner. And he is now in the unfortunate situation in which he is now acting Commissioner of Police, and he operates as there and has to come here, presented by the member for Port-au-Spain North, St. Anne's West, as the person who is being made to make the case for the government of Trinidad and Tobago. And I find this very awkward in both cases. The case of using a case by Gerald Ramdeen, who is often mentioned in the parliament with scorn here in a derogatory manner, and then using the case of the acting Commissioner of Police in order to make the case of the government. So, and the whole focus as well is to, he also uses something very curious. He reads out from the articulation in Hansard, recorded in Hansard, from the former Attorney General Anand Ramlogan, who also is spoken of in this parliament with disapproval by the government side, and he uses that and commends it. And he says that this is my argument for the case that we are making. An amazing situation. And you want to put, not the Attorney General, the member for the member for Port-au-Spain North, St. Anne's West. He wants to put, the member wants to put pressure on the opposition to conform to whatever government wishes. The question to the government is, the question he puts to the opposition is, what has changed? What has changed? What has changed is this. You are coming now with a different position than any that you have articulated prior to this point on this piece of legislation. That's the first thing. And the second thing that is different, the second thing that has changed is that the PNM and your government is the government that is in power now, and the crime has escalated in the situation. The murders have gone up, they seem out of control. A place like Caroni Central that was once peaceful and unviolated is being assaulted as never before. And all over Trinidad, central Trinidad, which was a relative safe zone. It is not that it was crime-free, but it was a relative safe area of the country, has now been assaulted. So he makes many statements here that are all misleading. He reads from the acting Commissioner of Police's affidavit, and he talks about reoffenders taking place while reoffenders repeating crimes while on bail, that they will threaten witnesses. Listen, what happens? We have to deal with the reality of Trinidad and Tobago. If you have prisoners in Trinidad and Tobago who call the shots from inside the cell. That's right. What are you telling me about bail? All right, talking about importation of guns and gangs, etc. Well, the solution to that is not this bill. The solution to that is to begin to look at the process, the stages in the value chain of criminal activity, from entering our borders with guns and with criminals, human trafficking, etc., and the value chain on the land itself, whether it is from the prison to the rest of it. And I think that there is a total misassessment of what this bill requires of the government in coming to this house to convince the population, to convince the opposition that we should in any way consider what the government is saying and doing seriously. When the Attorney General spoke, he spoke about 92 gangs. He spoke about 1,500 people involved in these gangs. He talked about unprotected borders. He talked about grenades. Of course, he chastised us. He said the work was not done by our administration. Today he came, he talked about the socio-macro political context. He talked about reasonableness. He talked about the state of crime, the challenge to the judiciary if this bill were not passed, etc., and all of those things. But all of these, by and large, when you think about it, they are really fear tactics that they are using. They are threatening the opposition, and they're trying to blackmail the opposition and basically in a disingenuous way
48-4, please, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There is absolutely nobody on this side trying to blackmail anybody. That is not language we associate ourselves with. 48-4.
Can I proceed?
Honourable member, you care to clarify in the term of using the term blackmail?
Yes. The blackmail is used in this sense, in the sense of the members on the other side basically saying that such and such a terrible thing will happen if you do not support it. And then speaking to the population and saying, if this bill is not passed, don't blame us, blame the opposition. So the whole approach, strategic approach of the government side is to basically put the opposition in a corner for not being able to live up to the responsibilities and obligations as a government to make the case for passing this particular bill. I am surprised to hear the member for Port-au-Spain Northeast. I wonder what the Port-au-Spain North, St. Anne's West. I wonder what the member for La Hoqueta Talparo has to say about these matters. I wonder what the member for Port-au-Spain South, she isn't here now, have to say about these particular things. I wonder what the member for Laventille Mova, I have no doubt that he will speak. I wonder what he will tell us. Laventille West. I wonder if he will explain to us why he is supporting this bill. So,
I wonder what the people of Laventille West will think about him after he supports this bill.
anyway.
Self-explanatory.
Now, there are many things that I could say about this bill, and many reasons why we should be cautious about our approach to it. Yes.
Your speaking time has expired. Do you care to avail yourself of the additional 15? Okay, proceed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, colleagues. One of the things about the Constitution is not only that it deals with the fact that of rights which are then allowed, which Parliament is then allowed to interfere with in a certain way. But one of the important things about the one of the important things about this country and this constitution is that the executive does not have unlimited power. The second thing that is important about our constitution is that Parliament is supreme and the executive is accountable to it, which is why the government has to make its case. And the other thing about this case, and I'm making the case of the government trying to put pressure on the opposition. The other thing about the constitution is not only that the executive does not have unlimited power and that it is accountable to Parliament. It is not only that Parliament is supreme and by and large it conducts its own affairs in a certain way, but the Constitution also tells us that the leader of the opposition is a member appointed by the President because of the support of members of the House of Representatives that do not support the government. So what that means really is that the role of the opposition is a critical role in terms of its assessment of whether to support or not to support. We do not support the government automatically. We do not support them automatically. It is a critical support, and therefore it is based on critical assessment. And you have to come here, as I said, and make your case. You have to argue your case. You have to put forward your case. You have to put the case in such a way that in our judgment, we will know that we are protecting all of those people who have supported us, all of those people, discerning people in the country who might have concerns about the excesses in terms of constitutional and human rights violation. And we have to take that assessment basically being a check on the government of the day. And therefore, we are playing our duly constituted role. We are playing our constitutional role. You cannot come here and try to corner the opposition and say to us in a way that verges on blackmail. You cannot come here and say to us, support it or else this is what is going to be the consequences. We will support or not support based on what we assess to be the appropriate thing. I make these points because the entire approach by the government has been to wrongly frame the debate on the measures before this House, to intimidate the opposition and to prejudice public opinion as to the significance and value of these measures. Now, we do not intend to tolerate any disrespect from what is essentially a very partisan approach by this government during the legislative life of this 10th Parliament so far. They brought a bill here to give the Minister of National Security power which undermines the constitutional powers of the Police Service Commission. That matter is being tested in the court. They brought a bill here to create a spy agency under the aegis of the SSA, Strategic Services Agency, in which the AG explains to the country that one of the informing principles behind the bill is that there are no privacy rights. That is something I have no doubt that will be tested also. They took the unusual step of inviting independent senators after a bill was being debated and passed in the House of Representatives amidst the strongest objections, because the bill needed at least one independent senatorial vote to pass. The bills before us here, when they came in their original form, met no support from you when you were in the opposition. Why the change of heart? Why the change of position?
Haven't explained that yet.
And when you look at all the issues involved in the increase in crime in this country, you begin to see that none of the issues that are being raised in relation to this particular bill before the House have to do with anything having to do with prevention of crime, with investigation of crime, the detection of crime, the case preparation that goes into winning a case and making a conviction, the correction of people who have gone wrong, or the rehabilitation. Now, will anything in this bill deal with matters such as these, and the context which make matters such as what I outlined in Caroni Central with the 6 murders, the violation, the 6 murders. You don't change my number. I told you 6. The seventh was, Mr. Deputy Speaker, your protection, please. The 7th was the home I visited last night. It will. So,
Honorable member for Laventille West, please give the member the opportunity to continue.
None of these things will affect that tragic situation that I talked about. But I want to say that the Honorable Leader of the Opposition was outlining some of the benefits of the last administration in terms of the management of crime in this country, and the things that we did in order to improve the situation in Trinidad and Tobago. And I simply want, in these closing moments that I have, to read from the manifesto that we took to the country in 2015. And yes, it is true that we lost the election. That also is being tested in court. And in that situation, I simply want to say that we came to the country with a number of things that were that would have been very important had they been implemented now. The investment made, I am reading from page 42 of the manifesto, the investment made by the People's Partnership Government in the acquisition of 7 long-range patrol vessels and interceptors for the Coast Guard will be buttressed by ongoing actions to strengthen the immigration and customs and excise divisions. The boats that you are using now to patrol the borders, let me remind you, they were brought here by the People's Partnership Government. Social interventions aimed at discouraging a lifestyle of crime and violence, including understanding the success of the Citizen Security Program and deepening impact and extending its reach. Now, that was a program introduced by the PNM government of Patrick Manning, and which we strengthened and supported, and I hope that that is something that can also be supported. Reform of the justice system, rehabilitation of offenders, reduction in delays in the determination of court matters by freeing up the backlog, establishing of specialized court to address issues such as family matters and juvenile matters, applying technology to the judicial system such as the video conferencing of remand hearings and digital audio recording to supplement transcription, introducing parole and community supervision, providing support to help newly released inmates, providing greater support for former inmates, developing a program for incarcerated gang members, developing a program that links imprisonment with agricultural production, implementation of tracer studies to determine the effectiveness of rehabilitation, fostering community solution to crime through public education, etc., etc. Setting targets for reduction and containment of crime categories on a station-by-station basis with daily monitoring and reporting, strengthening community policing efforts through every police station, establishing clear, consistent hotspot, safe zone, roving reinforcement squads to back up as required in situations of challenge, emergencies, etc., expanding the rapid response unit, strengthening of community comfort patrols, effecting greater synergies, etc. Now, these are things that are applicable and doable to manage the state of growing crime in this country. Our leader of the opposition likes to say, Honorable Leader of the Opposition, that one of the few growth industries in the country is the crime industry, and that is true. And we have measures here that can solve it. I have raised with the Minister of National Security, and I didn't mean it in an adversarial way. I said it to him as a colleague, as a friend, as someone I felt had an interest. I said, listen, the safe zone concept is applicable. The control zone concept is applicable. I think to some extent they are trying that now in the hotspot areas, although I don't know the extent to which they are actually as results-oriented as they can be, because you are seeing the spillover in central Trinidad now. And I want to say something very important here to the Minister of National Security, which is that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if you have a situation in Trinidad and Tobago where there are known hotspots that can be managed in a certain way, and maybe the minister is doing a positive job on that, it depends, and most of those communities, inside those communities, you are not hearing as much crime as you would have heard day by day over a long period of time. But the crime is going elsewhere. And what is happening, therefore, is that you have migration, you have movement, you have squatter settlements, you have connectivities between communities. And unless we create the concept of safe zones in different parts of the country, in areas where you have large numbers of people, in areas that are relatively peaceful, unless you have the control measures which allow police and army and other elements to work together, and you have community policing in every station, and you have support mechanisms such as squad cars at every intersection, technology of communication, deployment capability that is fast and effective, that can allow you to support it, etc., we are not going to be able to gain control of this situation. And the control of the situation cannot be... Yes, the control of the situation, Mr. Deputy Speaker, thank you for alerting me, cannot be gained by these bills before us, by extending the life here. The control has to be gotten on the land, first of all, in the corruption that has become an epidemic that makes it so difficult to manage the crime situation here, involving institutionalized element of a governmental apparatus. And I'm not saying that casting any aspersion to the government, it has been there for some time. And by managing the sea with your 7 boats, and in collaboration with others in a way that you can manage what happens offshore together with what manages onshore, needs to be managed onshore, and together with dealing with the corruption endemic in the system. And I want to say that let us focus on those things that would stop the murders, that would stop the serious crime, that would give citizens a sense of peace, that would restore Caroni Central to a place in which homes are not violated and people are murdered outside and inside their homes, but a place in which they could enjoy the greenery and be productive and make a contribution to society in a very safe environment of freedom. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, member for Point Fortin, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise this afternoon to give support to what I consider to be a very critical bill in the fight against crime and criminality in Trinidad and Tobago. The bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker, seeks primarily to extend the life of the Anti-Gang Act of 2011 and the amendments to the various bail act. Mr. Deputy Speaker. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me just, before going into the height of my debate, really speak to some issues raised by the member for Caroni Central. And he touches on the issue of the lush green area of Manzanilla, a very lovely area, I must say it is. And any murder for me as Minister of National Security is something that pains me and I'm concerned about, deeply concerned about. But for the member to use that as something that is contrary to what we are trying to achieve here today, and the member who I know is a man of critical thinking, in fact, he is the one who introduced critical thinking as principal at University of the West Indies. But his deduction seems to be almost not in line with what he is saying. Because if it is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are being confronted with murder not only in Central but throughout Trinidad and Tobago, then there must be a menu of choices available, not one single entity to treat the issue of murder. There must be a menu of applications, and one such application, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is this bill that is before us, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You know, he mentions that the role of the opposition is to oppose. And yeah, that's the cut. He said the role of the opposition is to oppose. He says the duly constitutional role.
Members, please. Please, members. Continue. Member for Point 14.
The duly constitutional role of the opposition is to oppose. And yeah, that may be so. But the opposition comes with a certain degree of conscience and a certain degree of consciousness that takes place in the very society that we live, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And here he talks about the vessels and so on, and with respect to the, yes, we have the vessels that we are using it. This government is a responsible government. We are not going to do away with the vessels that we have inherited. We will use them because we understand that they are required in the fight against crime.
Are they working well?
But what has happened over the last 5 years, Mr. Deputy Speaker? 3 offshore patrol vessels that were ready to sail into Trinidad and Tobago.
They were not ready to sail.
I was there, I was the Chief of Defense Staff. They were ready to sail, Mr. Deputy Speaker. What has happened? The previous administration, those for 5 years, we remained of a border porous. Porous borders. And to the extent where almost everything came through that border unprotected. You know, I met an officer from the Brazilian Navy. He came to a conference here earlier on this year. And I spoke at that conference and I said that one of our most threatened areas is our maritime security environment. You know, in front of that audience, what that Brazilian officer came up to the mic and said? He said to us, Mr. Deputy Speaker, he said, how can you say to us that the maritime security environment is the most threatened space, yet your government did not take the 3 offshore patrol vessels that we inherited, and they are satisfying our requirements right now? He said that in a public, he didn't call it.
He called them Trinidad-class.
Trinidad-class vessels. So when we talk about and understanding what's required in our security environment, let us realize that there was a contribution made by the previous administration, where we are at this point in time, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, today, why are we at this juncture? Why are we here? Why are we here today, Mr. Deputy Speaker? We're here because of sunset legislation. And the whole philosophy of sunset legislation is a time-specific, created to deal with issues in a certain time, to give one the ability to evaluate, to analyze, to measure with respect to the success of the particular legislation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I sat down here, I think of a book written by Louis Stevenson, The Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. One character, one individual or 2 different characters.
Yes. Well said.
And it suggests to me that somewhere along the line that what we are seeing is one character, one individual or 2 different characters. Not understanding that this bill was passed 2011 and amended in 2014 and 2015 under the previous administration, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's almost as if there is no Dr. Hyde, but they're all Mr. Jekylls. Because it seems to be there is no memory as to what took place. As to the very arguments that were made in support of this very same bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill requires an extension for us to further analyze, further evaluate, because the situation, Mr. Deputy Speaker, has not changed. The very reason for the bill in the initial days has increased somewhat. And therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what has not happened is that the bill has not been operationalized.
That's right.
It has not been operationalized, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And so what is required today is to give that extension, that 2-year extension, to operationalize the very aspect of the bill that was argued in the previous administration, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when one looks at the member for Siparia who argued some time ago, a while ago in this very house, and if I can simply quote Mr. Deputy Speaker, if you permit me. Quoted in the Express of January 26, 2011, the member for Siparia, then the Prime Minister, stated, tough anti-gang legislation in the Bail Act and now before the Parliament, as we are up the ante in the several areas to attack the crime situated head-on. As a government, we do not intend to shirk from our resolve to defeat the criminals. What has changed, Mr. Deputy Speaker? What has changed? The very member for Siparia again mentioned, quote, the very same quote from January 26, 2011 in the Express. He described the increase in murders as horrendous, saying that it was critical that the anti-gang legislation be fast-tracked so government could address the situation, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Jekyll and Hyde syndrome, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Jekyll and Hyde situation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the short time that this government has come into office, we have taken time to examine the security landscape. And based on what we have found, this government recognizes that there is a need to extend the life of the Anti-Gang Act and certain amendments in the Bail Act as crucial elements in this fight against crime, Mr. Deputy Speaker. When one looks at the security environment, Mr. Deputy Speaker, gang murders, gang membership, gang-related murders are in fact the #1 issues, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the statistics right now with respect to January to June 30th of June 2016 tells us that out of the 229 murders to date, 77 are gang-related. Mr. Deputy Speaker, roughly 33.6% of the murders are gang-related. Gang poses serious threat to our security environment, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Throughout most of the communities of Trinidad and Tobago, while it is widespread towards the East-West corridor, it is throughout our security environment in Trinidad and Tobago at this point in time. Mr. Deputy Speaker, many gangs in Trinidad and Tobago are in fact engaged in a number of illegal issues, drug trafficking, burglaries, break-ins, prostitutions. This is a characteristic that we are living in, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and therefore there must be a menu of applications available to treat with these issues. Police statistics right now tells us there are roughly between 1,600 to roughly about 1,800 members in gangs in down Trinidad and Tobago. When we put that together with the whole movement of illegal arms and ammunition in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we understand the security environment. If we look at gang-related murders between 2010 to 2015, in 2010, there were 75 gang-related murders out of 473 total. 2011, 93 out of 352. 2012, 144 out of 380. 2013, 197 out of 408. 2014, 142 out of 405. And 2015, 141 out of 420. One murder is too much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This government is one that is always cognizant of protecting the individual rights and freedom as guaranteed to each and everyone under the Constitution. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's a time for us to treat with the common good. You know, the famous English philosopher Thomas Hobbes once said that in the state of nature, life is short, nasty, and brutish. It's all about all against all. And so develop the concept of the Leviathan, that individual surrenders their rights to the state. Today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, while there are laws enshrined in our Constitution, and 4 and 5 of our Constitution, for individual rights, there's a time when we have to give up some of our individual rights for the common good of the state. Right. And this is what this anti-gang bill and the bail bill is all about, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We have to be able to give up some of our rights for the benefit of the common good. We're at that stage, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we look at the statistics with respect to weapons, firearms, as mentioned before, remains the #1 choice. It remains the #1 choice of murders in Trinidad and Tobago. As of today, there are 178 firearms were used in murders between January. Their job to treat with crime and criminality in Trinidad and Tobago. But those are just 2 elements that must be part of the mix. We look at serious crimes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I just put in this tax to paint the environment that we live in today, to paint the security environment, to give you an idea what is the characteristics of the security environment. And that's for the people of Trinidad and Tobago to understand that the security environment right now is charged with gang-related murders, arms and ammunition, firearms, illegal firearms, trafficking in persons, money laundering. And all these issues shape the environment right now, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And while we can target them from different areas, I go back and I stress the importance of this bill as part of the menu of choices available to us to treat with these issues, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And just for statistics purposes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, serious crimes. Serious crimes right now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in terms of murders, woundings, and shooting, rapes, and so on, has decreased somewhat in 2016. Has decreased. But it's not at the level that we want it to be at this point in time, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There still requires a number of significant input from different sources to bring it even lower at this point in time, Mr. Deputy Speaker. When we look at the statistics of persons who are in the prison system right now, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, with respect to people who are bailable offenses and not on bail. And I know that the Attorney General mentioned the total figure, but I want to drill down a little deeper, because I want to truly paint the picture of the true environment that we exist in with respect that has implications for this act, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Inmates not on bail but not charged with murder, 668. Of which there are 13 females right now, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Armed robbery, 91. Abduction, 13. Arson, 4. Armed assault, 2. Assault, 17. I'm going to go right down because I want the public to understand what we're treating with. So permit me, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Attempted murder, 19. Attempted rape, 3. Attempted sex with a minor, 1. Breaking, entering, and larceny, 22. Burglary, 4. Carnal knowledge, 1. Child neglect. Conspiracy to murder, 2. And I can go on and on, Mr. Deputy. Just highlight the larger ones. Larceny, 24. Possession of firearm, 86. Possession of cocaine, 55. Possession of ammo, 76. Possession of pistol, 4. Possession of cocaine. And there are a number of situations there right now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that tells us that these individuals, this total 668 at this point in time. What are the implications of these people not being held on a bailable offense, Mr. Deputy Speaker? And the member for Caroni Central said that we are almost like if we are scaring the population. We are not scaring the population. We are dealing with the reality of the situation, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We are not hiding anything from the population. We are dealing with the reality of the situation. And while the member for Siparia says, well, they can apply for bail, of course they can apply for bail. But the chances are they can be freed. They can be sent on bail. And we have heard the Attorney General, we've heard previous speakers talk about repeat offenders. There is a situation of repeat offenders in the jurisdiction, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And so we must be cognizant of what are the implications of not extending this act at this point in time, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We know that it's sunset legislation, but at the same time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, have we, the question we must ask ourselves, have we exhausted all the scenarios that can really prove to us that the bail amendment and the Anti-Gang Act did not work? Have we witnessed all the scenarios? I would submit that we need some additional time to really test this law, before we can say this is the sunset of these laws. We need to test it against different scenarios. We must get a true sense of whether it is working or not. We had amendment just as recent as 2015 in the Bail Act. And so the time is too short, if I submit, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The extension is necessary. The extension is necessary for us to truly get an understanding to the true effect of the Anti-Gang Act and the bail bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when I ponder on the broader implication of these two pieces of legislation on the national security landscape, I'm reminded of the words enshrined in the report of the Secretary General to the United Nations Assembly in March 21, 2005. He says, and if I may quote, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the 21st century, all states and their collective institutions must advance the cause of larger freedom by ensuring freedom from want, from fear, and freedom to live in dignity. In an increasingly connected world, progress in the areas of development, security, and human rights must go hand in hand. Critically, there will be no development without security, and no security without development. And both development and security also depend on respect of human rights and the rule of law. The necessity of linking and integrating security and development is vital to the arm of national security. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the broader context of national security, in the broader context of the development of Trinidad and Tobago, we have to understand that the measures in the Anti-Gang Bill and the Bail Act, I repeat, is just one such measure to create a kind of environment that is necessary for the development of Trinidad and Tobago. Because as was mentioned, without security there is no development, and they go hand in hand. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's a social contract that has been established between us and the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. That social contract suggests to us, and we in this House are part of that social contract. It says that we have a responsibility for the security and safety of our citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. We have a responsibility for the safety and security of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. They have given up some part of the alienable right for that. And so it's our duty to look at all the measures that are available to us and take the necessary measures. In the absence of that consciousness that we are opposition, we can't. We have to look at the broader picture. We have to look at the common good when we treat the issues of crime and criminality in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is critical to know that the government's role and obligations is to protect and safeguard its citizens. Thus, these two pieces of legislation, both locally and abroad in many ways, must be part of the menu of choices available to us. Even so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it would be helpful to consider when we look at some other countries. We can look at what is happening in other countries, and this is nothing new, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I recall, and I can look at, if you permit me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this very issue of looking at other countries. August 23rd, 2012 in the Express, the former AG said to us, the anti-gang legislation worldwide, the anti-gang legislation has served its purpose in most countries of the world where it has been enacted. It has served its purpose in most countries where it has been enacted. This is a statement that made by the former Attorney General. Okay. It has been an immense deterrent of psychological value. And so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we look at what has happened in Australia, for instance. So, Deputy Speaker, Australian anti-gang laws was designed to turn up the pressure and make gang lifestyle less comfortable and less attractive, using a psychological approach. A psychological approach, which is the same approach that was mentioned by the former Attorney General. He says, and I can quote, again in the August 23, 2012, the Express. He said to us, this legislation was enacted to prosecute criminals. It was aimed at psychologically breaking gangs and adversely affecting the recruitment of new members. Attorney Grande. So he talks about the psychological effect of the very act that we're talking about, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The psychological effect. So when we argue and we look for statistics, the then Attorney General was talking about, it is not enacted to prosecute criminals. It was aimed at psychologically breaking gangs and adversely affecting their recruitment. What is new, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Yet we hear an argument on the other side that they're looking at statistics. Statistics are not the only thing. You see, in terms of crime and criminality, there are two aspects. There's a quantitative aspect that deals with figures and numbers. But there's also the qualitative aspect that deals with the mindset, the consciousness. And we know about the fear of crime is worse than crime itself. So when we argue and we depend on statistics alone, it's just one part. We must be able to balance that by the qualitative approach. What does the measures mean in terms of the qualitative approach? It gives the sense of security for our citizenry. It gives the sense of deterrence to our citizens. And that's the aspect that is more important, and it was said so by the former Attorney General. The psychological effect, the qualitative effect, the fear of crime in the mindset of our citizens is some area that we must address. And this...
Honourable Minister,
yeah.
thank you. Well, thank you for giving way. I hear what you're saying, but I only have an impression and a perception that what you're saying may be true, but I need the hard data to assist.
And I believe you've had some hard data. You may choose to ignore them, but I'm saying to you, the data by themselves could not be the movement, could not be the determinant factor. The data by themselves could not be the only factor that you must consider. Why you stress on data and data and data? The data alone cannot be. Because again, I mentioned, there's a qualitative aspect and a quantitative aspect when you're dealing with crime and criminality. There's always both aspects you must deal with. You must deal with qualitative and a quantitative aspect. To stay on statistics alone will give you a false impression. If I use my critical thinking hat from the then principle of UWI, deductive reasoning suggests that you have to be able to balance both. All right? Otherwise, you could end up with some fallacious arguments. And so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I talk about Australia, but I can also bring it home to even Jamaica. Because Jamaica has passed the new anti-gang laws in 2014, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And that new legislation criminalized a broad range of behavior linked to gangs in Jamaica, including gang membership, facilitating gang-related criminal activities, and recruitment for gangs. The law also established new penalties for such gang activities, with most punishable up to 20 years if convicted in a circuit court in Jamaica. But what was important, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what was important when you look at the Jamaica situation, and Jamaica crime situation is, of course, we're not near to that yet, and we hope never to get there. But what is even instructive when I looked at the Jamaica situation, and I looked at the website called insidecrime.org/news, dated the 19th of February 2014. And on that website, you had Jamaica passed the new anti-gang legislation when the House of Representatives approved the Criminal Justice Suppression of Criminal Organization Act with Mr. Deputy Speaker, with unanimous cross-party support. And I repeat, with unanimous cross-party support. In other words, the House of Representatives in Jamaica realized, understood the importance of the anti-gang law, understand what it meant for security in Jamaica, what it meant in Jamaica, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And so you had unanimous cross-party support in Jamaica, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And so I hope that today we can emulate Jamaica and have the similar cross-party support, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, here in Trinidad and Tobago, we have to continue to build confidence in national security. And we know we have to require targeting the gangs, targeting the gang leaders. We have to be able to, in some sense, outsmart them rather than outshoot them. And sometimes we may have to outshoot them also. But we have to use the certain legislative framework that's available to us. We have to use the certain strategies that are available to us to treat the gangs and gang-related offenses, firearms and firearms-related offenses, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We have to be able to integrate the youths who are unattached and risk enforcing existing laws. But we also have to look at new laws to treat the issues, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We have to engage the public as much as possible. And this is one way in which, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we must understand that the crime and criminality belongs to all of us. And so it affects each and every one of us in Trinidad and Tobago. We have to be able to increase our investigative capacity. We have to be able to bring cases to court and prosecute people. But we have to, at the same time, minimize the amount of repeat offenders that are within, that continues to perpetuate the life of crime and criminality in Trinidad and Tobago. We have to be able to send strong messages of deterrence, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's a fact that violence, crime, and corruption have had a profound and terrible impact on the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. If there ever was a time that we need to work together, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that time is now. That time is now, Mr. Deputy Speaker. To my mind, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it would be timely and appropriate to look at how can we treat the issues in a cooperative and collaborative manner. We cannot at this juncture keep ourselves in chimneys and stovepipes. We cannot separate ourselves from the reality that exists right now. And so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the impact on national security that these two pieces of legislation can have is deterring and prosecuting those engaged in criminal activities. And one of the central features there, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is the deterrent factor. The deterrent factor. And I'm saying to you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, that the extension of this legislation would allow us to treat with the deterrent factor. We have to be able to preserve the peace and stability of our society, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We have to be able to rupture the adverse impact of transnational organized crime, the movement of illegal guns, human trafficking, contraband, and drug trafficking within our society, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We have to ensure that our economic, strategic, and industrial resources are protected from external aggressors, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Member, your initial 30 minutes has expired. Do you care to avail yourself of the additional 15?
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank you very much. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the government's fight against crime is therefore a fight for development. Measures to reduce social and economic damage caused by the pervasive crime have to be integrated within the development framework. Security should be seen as both a core development goal and an essential precondition for the delivery of other developmental goals. Mr. Deputy Speaker, government spending on national security, we know, is a primary investment. It is an investment for the peace and stability, which are the preconditions for investment in our country. So that when we treat with the whole matter before us, when we treat the issues of the extension of the Anti-Gang Act and the Bail Act, it must be viewed again within the context of the development of Trinidad and Tobago. We cannot put these things in packages. We cannot put them in packages and isolate them and say we're not supporting this, but we have to look at the overall implications. And so we're looking at development, the effects of development in the total security environment. We cannot divorce one from the next, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So the investment in national security is an investment in Trinidad and Tobago's future development and prosperity. Trinidad and Tobago's development has been damaged by violence, by crime, and by corruption. And so there is really no point in merely trying to contain these problems and limit the damage that they have done, but have an understanding that any measures that we adopt must be put in part of the overall pie, part of the overall concept to treat the issues of crime and criminality. So therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the goal now is to transform Trinidad and Tobago by decisively breaking the grip on crime and corruption, especially with respect to the Bail Act and the Anti-Gang Act, with respect to the gang-related murders, the movement of illicit drugs and firearms, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It means, to a large extent, dismantling the gangs, arresting the leaders and the people who facilitated the operations, conducting seizures of the assets and putting them out of business, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You see, Mr. Deputy Speaker, crime and criminality, and in fact national security on the whole, is a multidimensional phenomenon. And so any measures to treat with crime in the area of national security must also be multidimensional, both in scope and application. It cannot be unidirectional. It must be multidimensional, because the phenomenon itself is multidimensional, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And so this government has adopted what it considers to be a whole-of-government approach, which suggests that almost all the departments of government must have a singleness of focus and purpose to deal with crime and criminality. And I can say that we can even extrapolate that to a whole-of-country approach, a whole-of-community approach, and perhaps a whole-of-parliament approach when we come to the issue of crime and criminality in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You see, following out from that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister of National Security and through the Ministry of National has articulated 4 strategic elements. One, we say, is prediction in terms of the whole aspect of intelligence gathering and being proactive. The other is based on deterrence. Deterrence is in terms of presence, in terms of legislation, in terms of offense, in terms of defense. And legislation form a very important part in that deterrence pillar of strategy. And so the Anti-Gang Act and the Bail Act forms a very important part of that strategic element in terms of the deterrent pillar, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And then we talk about detection and, of course, prosecution at the end of the day. Those are strategic elements going forward. And so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this government's intervention to address crime in Trinidad and Tobago have been directed towards making the relevant institution most effective with respect to strengthening the capacity of organizations under the Ministry of National Security, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force, Strategic Service Agency, the Trinidad and Tobago Prison Service, the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service, the justice sector. It's to strengthen this capacity, again understanding that there's an inter and overlapping with respect to the agencies under national security. And so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are major target areas carried for reform in areas such as crime detection, which we know right now is about 17%. We are not comfortable with that, but we have to be able to develop the capacity to increase the crime detection. And this is a measure that we're adopting right now. The area of police management and human resources are areas that we're tackling right now. And so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, these interventions occur in most areas affected by violence and are concerned with creating the kind of opportunities to deal with the issues of crime and criminality that confront us. And just to simply mention some of the initiatives that have been taken by this government, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we continue the establishment of electronic monitoring program through the prison system, the establishment of a national forensic DNA data bank and custodian unit, construction of video conferencing facility at the remand yard Golden Grove. That's ongoing, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We are looking at the construction of a new remand prison at Golden Grove, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Initiated the process for the selection of the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We are establishing the Joint Border Protection Agency, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And of course, we are looking at developing the adaptable defense and security posture to our naval assets, our air assets, our land assets, using our coastal radar system, and of course, developing the capability of of our land-based Trinidad and Tobago Regiment, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, before I close, I think it's important for me to mention, as we deal with the issues that confront us, as we talk about extending for 2 years the anti-gang and anti-bail act, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I quote from the 31st of March 2015 by then Honorable Ram Logan, Mr. Speaker. He said, "I firmly believe that this bill, however, is an exceptional and constructive weapon in our fight against crime that shall benefit both private citizens, the corporate world, and indeed the nation as a whole. The government intends to safeguard the rule of law and uphold the integrity of the constitutional guarantees. The fundamental rights and freedoms enshrined in our Constitution are paramount importance to this administration, and they remain at the forefront of the legislative purpose when we bring legislation to this honorable House." Mr. Deputy Speaker. So, Deputy Speaker, I want to close with an article of The Guardian of the 17th of June 2016. The headline was "End Political Posturing Over Crime," Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I quote from the reading. "On the issues of crime, the good of all Trinidad and Tobago, both parties need to demonstrate maturity and bipartisanship by cooperating on anti-crime laws and policies. Time to put a stop to the useless petty posturing and squabbling and focus on what needs to be done in terms of reviews, restructuring, and constitutional changes to transform law enforcement systems and make the country more secure. As much as possible, crime needs to be taken out of the political arena, Mr. Deputy Speaker." Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we look at what is before us, when we understand the security environment that confronts us, it affects each and every one of us throughout Trinidad and Tobago. And so, the extension that we are asking for today is merely one and part of the menu of choices available to us. It only fills in part of the puzzle, Mr. Deputy Speaker, together with a number of initiatives that are taking place. And so what we are asking for, the philosophy of Sunset, is to evaluate, to analyze, given time and scenarios. We have not exhausted the scenarios that are available to truly test the laws before us, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And so this extension for 2 years, and during that extension, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this government will be responsible. This government will hold itself responsible during those 2 years to test this legislation, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But as we go forward, Mr. Deputy Speaker, let's do so in an understanding that no one entity can treat with the issues of crime and criminality before us. It must be done on a basis of cooperation and collaboration, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I thank you very much.
Honourable Member for Naparima, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I thank you for the opportunity to join in this debate, Mr. Deputy Speaker, on this omnibus bill. Before I get into the thrust of my presentation, I would just like to comment for a while on some of the comments of my friend, the Honourable Member of Parliament for Point Fortin. He came here this afternoon and indicated to us that Jamaica and the opposition in Jamaica had worked with the government to develop a legislative agenda to deal with crime and anti-crime bills such as we have today. I wish to remind him that I'm just reading Jamaica anti-gang bill approved by House amid controversy. And it says here, Jamaica passed controversial new anti-gang legislation which opponents fear will criminalize broad sectors of vulnerable youth, and even supporters admit will be of little use unless politicians sever gang ties. And it continues, and I just did one line. After nearly 2 years of delay and fierce political debate, the Jamaica House of Representatives approved. The source is the Inside Crime? Inside Crime. .org. And it speaks to a collaboration and a discussion and a consultation that extended over 2 years. It was not a situation as they come today in the sunset of the session of Parliament to say, here, it is your legislation, take it, and you have to support it. No, we on this side say, let us treat together, let us talk, let us analyze in the interest of the citizenry of Trinidad and Tobago. I heard the talk about a menu of applications to deal with crime. Now, this is just one aspect of a menu. It is important to say how this bit of legislation will interconnect with other crime fighting strategies in order to resolve the problem of crime in Trinidad and Tobago. We need to see the interconnectivity. And I keep hearing on the other side, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the question of 3 OPVs and how this would have been the panacea for the resolution of all our guns and ammunition coming into the country. I wish to remind them that the United States, with 11 aircraft carriers, 88 large surface vessels, 48 attack submarines, amphibious warships 33, ballistic submarines, missile submarines 12, and 328,000 active duty personnel have not been able to stop the drugs from Colombia entering into the United States. OPVs are just one part of the connectivity in solving our problems, not the panacea. Did I hear, when I was listening to my friend, the question that crime is down? I keep hearing that. But serious crime is down. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the major element in serious crime are murders. And any murder, we have, as a citizen of this country, we have to be sad that exists. But as of today's Guardian, 6 months into this government, we have 228 murders in today's Guardian. That we're heading for 456 murders in 2016 under that government, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In 2015, it was 410. In 2014, 403. And 2013, it was 408. It means, therefore, that this legislation, interconnected with the other acts that government, our government, is doing, is not working when it comes to the statistical, quantitative data with respect to murders in Trinidad and Tobago. I also heard about the Jekyll and Hyde situation, argument. And they asked the question, what has changed from the last time the legislation was brought to this Honorable House to today? Well, a lot has changed. I wish to remind them on that side that they did not support the legislation in 2014. Don't come providing false information, because my Bible tells me that there shall come false prophets in the last days and they shall deceive many. We will not be deceived on this side.
And using an honorable gun.
And what has changed? What also has changed? You know what has changed, Mr. Deputy Speaker? You know what has changed? The PNM is in power now, and we on this side do not trust the PNM government. All the legislation they have brought so far, apart from the economics, the part of running the country, the finances of the country, seek to take away the rights and entrenched privileges we enjoy under the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago. And we have an Attorney General who tells us that we have no enshrined right to privacy. Well, I wish to tell him that the MP for Naparima, I have an enshrined right, protected in the Constitution to privacy. And nobody is going to interfere with that. Nobody. So today we are here to discuss, to amend the Bail Amendment Act 208 We're here to amend the Miscellaneous Bail and Kidnapping Act 2011, the Anti-Gang Act, also of 2011, the Bail Amendment Act 2011 and 14, and the Bail Amendment Act 2015. I will be focusing my contribution on the Bail Amendment Act 2015, and specifically the Act seeks to amend the Bail Act by prohibiting the grant of bail for persons charged with an offense under Section 6 of the Firearm Act, Chapter 1601, except one under Section 6 of the Firearms Act, and the prosecution has informed, or a person's convicted of an offense under the first schedule of the Bail Act, and the prosecution has informed the court that the person involved or any other person used or had in their possession a firearm or imitation firearm during the commission of the offense. So I am dealing specifically with that, and I'm dealing with that in the context of the fact that it infringes on the fundamental rights enshrined in Sections 4 and 5, which has been discussed by my colleagues previously. And consequently, we are here to get a final vote of 3/5 of the majority of each house as required in accordance with Section 13(2) of the Constitution. So we're here to discuss, to get the required constitutional majority to ensure that the legislation is passed. And that is why we have been looking at the question of proportionality.
Members, please, let's hear the member.
We are looking at the question of proportionality. Our entrenched civil rights are being infringed upon, and we have to balance that with the benefit of the society that this legislation purports to give, to reduce crime, to improve our commonweal and good governance in our country. So there is a requirement in this, a sunset clause was put in because it was dealing with our fundamental rights and privileges. And a sunset clause, as has been indicated by my colleagues before, exists, my sunset right exists so that we could have an appropriate review of the legislation. And in reviewing this legislation, we have to understand that it is significant, and we have to analyze what are the benefits of this legislation to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and what rights are being infringed. In this regard, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to point out that when this matter came up in 2010 in the House of Representatives, it was Miss Marlene McDonald who said, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member for Port-au-Spain South, who said, and she was spoke, at that time it was the Attorney General, Anna Logan, she said, throughout the Attorney General's presentation, I have not heard him discuss or put to this House the draconian measures of this bill, talking about the fundamental rights of people being breached. And I know he's a human rights person, he's a constitutional authority, and I know that he knows that these measures here are totally draconian in nature, and certainly an offense against Section 13(1) of the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago. She also went on to say that if we wanted to pass this legislation in the context of a crime plan, she asked, what is the crime plan?
Member, please, the
yes.
word she, honourable, will be better, please.
Sorry, I apologize. The honourable member indicated, what is the crime plan? You have been in office for 6 months. So we are almost in the stage in which we are today. You have been in office for 6 months, and you have not enunciated how you are going to deal with crime. So we have it from the members opposite that there were concerns, significant concerns, about the draconian measures in this legislation, in the bits of legislation we are looking. I'm going to read what the Honourable subsequently. But not only the Honourable Member for San Fernando West, but not only, Mr. Deputy Speaker, not only did we have a member opposite raising some reservations about this bill. But we have recently the Law Association indicating that, and I quote, the bail and anti-crime acts proclaimed during the term of the People's Partnership government have done little to reduce the crime rate and should be repealed. They have indicated that the data does not exist, qualitative or quantitatively, to suggest that it is having an effect on the crime rate, and they are suggesting that it should be repealed. I quote, in fact, the legislation whose life would be extended under proposed amendments has significantly increased the number of persons on remand yard. The conditions on remand where these accused are kept are acknowledged to be deplorable and have been judicially described as barbaric and inhumane.
Somebody's phone, please.
Thank you very much. It continues, the pre-trial detention of persons without bail for a period of 120 days is not reasonably justifiable in a society that has a proper respect for rights and freedoms of individuals, given the unarguable inability of the criminal justice system to process those who are incarcerated. It goes on. But to show that there is a disquiet in the society about this legislation, now that we are reviewing the sunset clause, so it is not only at the level of a member of parliament on their side, it is not only at the level of the Law Association, it is also at the level of members of the judiciary. And I'm reading an article from in the Guardian, it's Tuesday 28, 2016, and it's a magistrate agrees with defense lawyer that the Bail Act is draconian. And I quote, a senior magistrate has agreed that the Bail Amendment Act 2015, number 7 of 2015, which denies bail to a person on any gun-related charge for a period of 120 days, is draconian. She was saying, it is draconian, said the magistrate, senior magistrate Nanette Ford John, as she agreed with defense attorney Subhas Pandey, who requested a man charged with a series of gun-related offenses, who represented a person who was charged with a series of gun-related offenses in the San Fernando First Court. And Pandey, who was the representative, was the defense attorney, indicated that all a prosecutor had to say was that there was a gun involved in the crime, and the person would be denied bail. And that was the significance of the concern with the draconian nature of this legislation. And they would say on that side that we passed this legislation. Yes, we did. Because at the time we were looking at a crime fighting strategy and putting a sunset clause with the view that at some stage we would be able to come back, analyze, and determine whether this thing was, with the utility of this bit of legislation, and see whether at some time in the future it was warranted that the legislation be continued, be amended, or stopped. And that is why we are here today. But the concern is not only at the level of the magistracy, members of the magistracy. It is not at the level of the Law Association. It is not at the level of comments from those opposite. But it was in yesterday's, it was Thursday, 30th June, it was the Trinidad Express, and they asked the question, and this is not a scientific bit of data, but it gives some idea of the level of disquiet in our society at all levels. And the question was, would you support an extension of the anti-gang and bail acts? That's the man in the street. And we had somebody from Laventil, and I won't call the name, somebody from Laventil said, it is a scary law. No, I don't support it. There's a gentleman. Laventille. Somebody from Beetham said, no, I don't support that at all, remanding people too long. This is our citizenry talking to us, and our job in this thing is, in this honorable house, is to get the views, tie that with best practices, understand the legal implications, and come to some kind of consensus as to what will work in the interest of the citizenry of Trinidad and Tobago. Another gentleman from 59 years old from Laventille, and we are talking about the support base. If I am to take the demographic profile of the people talking here, matching that with the results of the election, there's a gentleman from Laventille, he said, I'm not supporting it at all. In the interest of full disclosure, there were 2 persons who supported, I would support it, 2 persons, but 3 of the 5 said that they were not supporting it at all. When they went to San Fernando, 2 supported and 2 did not. One gentleman said, I think there should be a review of it first before there is any extension. So what we are seeing here, is the citizenry, we are seeing here the media, we are seeing here the members of the judiciary telling us that we need to look at this legislation, analyze, is it effective or not? Is it working for Trinidad and Tobago? It's not a come here and rubber stamp a legislation because you say so and you in charge and we must obey. We need, when we talk about qualitative data, how many, this is quantitative at this stage, how many persons denied bail were eventually convicted? So we could say, yes, they were denied bail for 120 days, and it gives us the time to do the necessary research so that we're able to have a conviction. We have no data whatsoever. We have broad splashes of information about crime in general. I want crime as it relates to this bill to tell me that this bill is working, and therefore we should amend it and extend the sunset clause. By what percentage this legislation has reduced or is reducing crime? And I've sat here today and I have not heard any indication at all from anyone about the efficacy of this bit of legislation. Jail them, lock them up. If this legislation were not passed, what would be the damage, especially as it does not apply in murder situations? And that is the one that is increasing on their watch. And as my political leader indicated, the world will not collapse if this legislation is not amended. It will not collapse because it will give the judiciary the discretion to deal with whether bail or not should be granted. And how does this bit of legislation fit in with the overall crime plan? We are still at a loss. We're still at a loss. But you see, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the world is moving towards what we call evidence-based policy making. It is not a question of coming here and telling us that this is the legislation. There are a million crimes in the country, and therefore you have to stand up and support this in the absence of data that drives the policy. And I will refer them to the Pew Charitable Trust, and they talk about evidence-based policy making, a guide for effective governance. And it says, in today's fiscal environment, policymakers face tough policy choices that affect the outcomes they can deliver for citizens. By using rigorous evidence to inform these decisions, policymakers can achieve substantially better results by funding and operating public programs that are proven to work. This is, we talking, they don't like to hear, Mr. Deputy Speaker, our colleagues opposite, do not like to hear about best practices in Singapore and Australia and the United Kingdom, etc. They do not like to hear about that. Because, you see, they believe that to govern, all you need to be a minister is a level head and common sense. And that will not work in the 21st century. The report indicates that if you have evidence-based policy making, you will look for certain characteristics. And I wish to point so that, because they keep saying we brought the statistics, and I wish to show them that what they brought was just information. It was not relevant statistics, not applicable to our circumstances. And therefore, there's a need for a rethink in terms of the justification for this legislation. I quote, the report presents 5 key components to implementing evidence-based policy making. And they say program assessment. Where today have we heard whether this legislation it has performed or not performed? Has anyone given any information whatsoever to tell us that they have assessed this bit of legislation and that it is working or it is not working? Not a word, not a clue. They talk about budget development. They also talk about implementation oversight. So you have this bit of, and you monitor it to see how it is going and the efficacy of it. Outcome monitoring. What is the outcome of this legislation? How many people are incarcerated awaiting the 120 days for firearms? And what would have been the effect had this legislation not been there? And what are the benefits and the plus and the minuses so that we could come to some informed decision? Outcome monitoring, cost, as my friend, the colleague from Chaguanas West is advising me. And targeted evaluation, no evaluation at all. Just come, take their word for it. Take their word for it. They know it all, they're the P&M, they are in charge. And I wish to tell them, they keep pointing back at us. Every time a bit of legislation comes, they are in charge now. They are in charge. And they have indicated we must deal with that. The country has to deal with that. But in charge means you run things. Things do not run you. It means leading from in front. It doesn't mean that looking backwards. They call that review mirror effect leadership. You're looking forward, but you're only talking about Annan and Ramdeen and thing in the background. We passed that stage. We are a first world country. In charge means you have a vision and an action plan. Where is the vision behind this bit of legislation? What are the support mechanisms and the support institutions to make it work? You're just going to lock up people and put them in a remand yard to suffer because they're poor? Our job is to stand for all citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, north, south, or the Caroni, east and west, all citizens. We will protect their interests. And by the way, they have a right to privacy, and they have a right to equality and justice before the law. In charge means you decide, your decisions are data-driven and customer-focused. In charge means it is not about looking back, and blaming your predecessor. And it is not about looking for scapegoats. It will be talking about visionary leadership, 21st century leadership. But let me see what the data says. We talk about qualitative data. And remember the representative that I quoted from the magistrate said that all you need to do is to say that there was a gun in a person's possession or in his house, or a gun was used in the crime, and he has lost his rights for 120 days. But let's see what the data says. And I'm talking no other life. Gangs, guns, governance in Trinidad and Tobago by Dawn Townsend, and it's published in Switzerland. So the Swiss experts come to Trinidad. We're talking a situation of a poor person. Because they're not going to use this against the wealthy or those from a particular demographic profile. You could have a situation, and we've heard about it, where there's pressure put on the poor in our society, and evidence has been concocted. You've heard it doesn't happen too much. I just read from this report. Some parts of and they're talking about the police service that we have to trust. And I have relatives who are police officers. The majority of police officers are hard-working citizens who earn their pay. But there are some, coming even from the Scott Jog report. This, I will have to get that for you because I only asked them to give me the first page, but I could give you the whole I'll send it to you, because as I say, I want you to succeed. It says, Mr. Deputy Speaker, while some parts of the Trinidad and Tobago police perform admirably, and we all agree with that, and they talk about this, such as the Repeat Offenders Task Force, numerous interviewees say that elements, they operate drug corners, not me saying so, control inflows of drugs, undertake large robberies, and commit extra-legal murders. And this was done in 2010. As I say, as of September 2009, 29 police were under suspension, and 249 were facing formal criminal charges out of a total force of 6,500. That is qualitative data. We, in this legislation, are going to entrust the well-being of the particularly males, young males, to officers, some of whom, it only takes one bad officer to make this thing not work. And this is why, as we take away the civil liberties of these people, as these citizens, our fellow citizens, we have a responsibility to act in their interests and not turn a blind eye. But we talk about this great plan, and my political leader had to make the point. There was no planning, man. When you talk about evidence-based governance and whatnot, hear what this says, and my political leader made reference to it. The anti-gang legislation. In the 10-point plan, it says, review the anti-gang legislation to ensure its usage is more effective. What plan is that? Today we are reviewing the anti-gang legislation. Has it been reviewed? Have they indicated to us any instance in which it is more effective? All we have been called upon today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is to come, you rubber stamp this thing. You must do it, because if you don't do it, we might say that you don't have the interest of the country at heart. Whose interest? Who has the interest of the country at heart? Who? If I am of the firm view that by rubber stamping this legislation and not allowing the government to do the informed analysis and getting the requisite data, we are shortchanging the country if we totally support this legislation without getting them to do the hard work that is necessary to governance. Governance is not driving a big car and blue lights and flashing thing and honorable this, honorable everything. It is about servant leadership. It is about recognizing that we are here to serve the people of Trinidad and Tobago and nothing else. So if we do the research, qualitative data, and I'm reading here, and I'm dealing with the guns part. This is qualitative data. No, but this is quantitative here. Sorry, yes. It's Charles Kongsu, no relation. It published in The Guardian, Sunday, May 29, 2016. And he said 85% of the murders in Trinidad and Tobago are gun-related, according to figures from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And it talks about the detection rate for murder was 13.6% in 2015, a decrease from 16.1% in 2014, according to records from the TTPS. But you see, we don't even know whether the data is correct or not.
Honorable Member, your time has expired. You care to continue?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. We do not know the data because we have here and this is what they call it, Powerful Ladies of Trinidad and Tobago, plot. And plot is saying that the detection rate varied from 3% to 9% in 2015. How many of these murders are and will remain unsolved? You know? So we come to the analysis. The analysis would show, for example, that according to experts, several security experts, former executive director of the National Operations Center, Gavin Hira, Florida International University Professor Anthony Maingo, firearms weapons specialist Paul Daniel Nahus, and president of the Confederation of Hunters. They talk all about guns coming in from Venezuela and guns exchange, food for guns relationship that is taking place on the Caucasus Peninsula. He noted that guns were not only coming in from Venezuela and Latin America, but also North America. And they said, and this is why you see when we go without a comprehensive plan and we enter into relationships with Venezuela, we have to be mindful in an all-of-government approach, which they boast about, to understand that when you do this, there are implications, and locking up people will not be the solution if you do not take into consideration the comprehensive nature of the problems we face, which require brain and intellect and hard work, not talk and gallery. It says, in 2006, Venezuela bought 100,000 Russian AK-103 rifles and 5,000 Dragunov sniper rifles, and the manufacturer licensed equipment for domestic production. Nahu said Chavez bought these things and whatnot. And the Dragunov sniper rifle uses a particular type of ammunition, which you would know better than me. It's extremely reliable in all conditions, from snow to heat and sand in the Middle East desert and all over the place. Now, who said that the danger that this rifle posed was that the gangs here would know how to operate them, as the mechanics were similar to the Kalashnikov rifle variants in the country. So they're talking. Miller, who is a hunter, and I would presume he knows about what's happening, he says every type of weapon going into Sidra Sanicaca from Venezuela. He's part of the hunters group, said guns have always been part of the coming into the country from the Southwest Peninsula. He said illegal hunters were mainly interested in the cartridges and shotguns from Venezuela, as licensed hunters were only legally allowed 100 shotguns per year. But you go to the England. Yeah, this is the Economist, the reputable magazines. And they say, and I'm short of time, so they say that in a continent awash with guns, Venezuela is among the most inundated. There are 9 to 15 million illegal weapons in circulation, according to a 2009 estimate. Roughly 1 for every 2 men, woman, and child. And it goes on. You see, to solve crime is not about legislation. When you talk about developed countries, Canada, and they look at crime, and I'm looking at the report which I'll make available, strategies for reducing gun violence, the role of gangs, drugs, and firearm accessibility. You know what this is? I want them to listen. As noted, and I just quoted this part because I'm shorter, as noted on several occasions, you cannot arrest your way out of a gun violence problem. I want to make that repeat. You cannot arrest your way out of a gun violence problem. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what we are doing today is the exact opposite. We are attempting to arrest our way out of a gun violence problem, knowing that research is telling us that that will not solve the problem. They talk about, well, my colleague talks about all of government. It's a holistic approach, a balanced approach involving prevention and intervention is needed to address the underlying factors associated with gun violence as they are gangs and drug markets. And I took this report because they have a situation similar to us. US, there's free guns about the place. And most of the guns are coming from the United States. You know? And I read, in addition to better understand the flow of guns from the United States, it is also important to understand the flow of legally purchased firearms to prohibited possessors in Canada. I come to my friend, the Honorable Member of Parliament for San Fernando West. And this was him speaking in Hansard, Tuesday, April 12, 2011, Anti-Gang Bill 2012. And you know, he's good with language, you know. I wish to point out that the bugbear for us this afternoon, the mischief of this afternoon, if I use that term in a very proactive sense, and I do not mean to be using anything in a pejorative sense this afternoon. The mischief which we seek to address this afternoon as an opposition, then they were in opposition, is whether the legislation as crafted now is going to constitute proper medicine for all the ills of Trinidad society. And by that I mean, Madam President, is this legislation going to deliver the solution which we as a country need and deserve? I ask him that same question today. Is your legislation going to deliver the solution by which we as a country need and which we deserve?
Our legislation coming to an end. This is theirs.
So what did we do in our time? I could just talk about the Arms Trade Treaty, which at the UN was piloted by the then Prime Minister Kamala Prasad Bisesa as part of the global approach to dealing with a domestic problem to ensure that guns can be traced at where they're manufactured and do not get into our country unnoticed. But I look at your data. You said police took a total of 229 firearms, 2,600 rounds of ammunition off the streets. 2,000. In her time, Kamala Prasad Bissasa's time, she took 1,000 pieces of ammunition out of the circulation. And she did this in collaboration with the United Nations. And I'm reading here from Tuesday, October 11, 2011, just when we got into power. And she said that, and this is National Security Minister John Sandy speaking, and he says the government has identified some 4,000 obsolete, seized, and unserviceable weapons for destruction. The process will begin with the cutting of a minimum of 1,000 weapons. And this was done in collaboration with UNLIREC. Yeah, UNLIREC. So we do things. We had an all-of-government approach to the solution of the problem. And in terms of, again, qualitative research, illegal gun markets in Trinidad and Tobago, they do not speak about legislation. Nothing in all of the data, in all of the universities, in all of the best practices that we can learn from abroad, nobody speaks about legislation. They say, in terms of guns, are guns used in crimes mostly imported illegally, or do they originate as legal guns in Trinidad and Tobago? If guns used in crimes started out in the legal market, how did they migrate into the illegal market? Where do illegal guns come from when entering Trinidad and Tobago, and how are they entering the country? If you do not do that research, and you cannot tell me 40% of the guns go through Carcass and 60% from wherever else, then we pinning top in mud. We not running a serious country. We gallerying. And we gallerying. We come and we dress nice with kerchief and pocket and all kind of thing. And we pontificate. But we're not doing the hard research. What are the distribution methods in Trinidad and Tobago? And who are the brokers? I could talk about what we did. We did non-legislative efforts when we were in power. Read. If you do research, you will understand about good governance. But if you don't want to read, if you want to make a joke of everything we say, and when we read the documents, and you can't deal with the documents, you're going to add hominem arguments, then that is all. Country will suffer, your grandchildren will suffer, my grandchildren will suffer. But let's work together. Let's put our brains together. As the Bible says, study to show thyself approved unto man, a workman. Amen. Proud of his tools. We had the creation of a ministry of justice, right? We had initiation non-taxable special allowance of $1,000 to police officers, introduced 21st century policing initiatives, the National Security Specialized Operations Group, the National Security Training Academy, the Energy Sector Security Initiative, ESSI, the Rapid Response Unit, the Counter-Human Trafficking Unit, re-establishment of the Transnational Organized Crime Unit, launch of E99, and I could go on and on and on. Launch of the Community Comfort Patrols, beyond the use of cell phones ban the use of cell phones while driving, establish 13 surveillance bays on the nation's highways, right? Acquisition of 4 coastal patrol vessels and 2 utility vessels for the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard. The largest number of Coast Guard vessels ever approved in the history of the Defense Force was done by us. And I could go on and on, but time does not permit. All I want on that side, to tell my colleagues in this opposite, that Trinidad and Tobago is on the cusp of greatness. God gave us the energy. We did nothing to make that happen. He put on this country all the great religions of planet Earth. Islam, Christianity, Hinduism, and Orisha. And he put us in 2,000 square miles so we could interact and draw from the philosophical greatness of those philosophies. Come up with something that is unique to the world. We would be what you call Homo sapiens internationalis, we would be great people. But you see on that side, they have a view that great is the PNM. We don't need to read anything else. We don't have to know new ideas since perspectives for a new society in the 1970s. We will run this country. We in charge. And all you deal with it. Well, my idea for Trinidad and Tobago is that we could work together. And it is my hope that we will do the necessary groundwork to make this legislation such that all of us could be justly proud. I thank you.
Grande Toco.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is my pleasure to rise at this time. For one reason, I am happy to rise, Deputy Speaker, is that I am relieved of the ranting and raving of a mind and reminds me of a famous Calypsonian, David Rudder. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I can't stand here and listen to the ranting and raving in an act where we are planning to save this country by berating police officers. I can't stand here this afternoon, Mr. Deputy Speaker, after hearing the pleas of our acting Commissioner of Police stating the situation that we face in Trinidad and Tobago today and feel happy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, at least my colleague on the other side, he got one thing right. Do not trust the PNM. Do not trust the police. And I want to read something here, Mr. Speaker. Deputy Speaker. Because I want to remind you, don't trust the PNM. Don't trust the police. I want to remind you this evening, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what is a gang member? A gang member means a person who belongs to a gang or a person who knowingly acts in the capacity of an agent for or an accessory to or voluntarily associates themselves with any gang-related activity, whether in a preparatory, executory, or concealment phase, or any such activity, or a person who knowingly performs, aids, or abets any such activity. So don't trust the PNM, because we intend to represent the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Today is not about political games. Today is not about political games. Don't trust the PNM. We intend to represent and stand for law and order in this country. Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I want to start off by reiterating that safety and security for all of Trinidad and Tobago should be at the forefront of the minds of all persons in this honorable House. And indeed, it remains at the forefront of this government's agenda. Let me remind this honorable House, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as the Attorney General rightly proclaimed, the Anti-Gang and the Bail Amendment Act were enacted with bipartisan support when they were initially brought to this House in 2011. One of the reasons, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that we all recognize as a parliament that there was a need to discourage gang membership and reduce or even eradicate violent criminal activity, together with the alarming number of guns being found in the streets of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, gang violence, as we would expect, accounts for a significant number of serious crimes and homicides taking place in Trinidad and Tobago. It is linked to a clear pattern of reprisal killing and repeat offending. Mr. Deputy Speaker, between 2011 to present, gang-related murders contributed to over 30% of all murders in Trinidad and Tobago, with the highest percentage of gang-related murders occurring in 2011 at 48.3% of all murders committed for that year. Mr. Deputy Speaker, statistics on firearms shows that between 2010 to 2015 and the ending of May 2016, firearms found and seized reached an all-time high of 691 in 2015 and 334 for the year up to May 2016. Madam Speaker, these rates should leave any right-thinking individual feeling unsettled and with a burning drive to see an end to this evil which has been ravaging our society. Madam Speaker, the fact is that gun violence and gang culture continues to poison our streets and our communities and rob our nation of so many of our young people who could have been so much more than what they ended up to be because of the presence of guns, gangs, and criminal activities in our communities. Madam Speaker, they say the devil comes to steal, kill, and destroy, and that is what it has been doing, stealing, killing, and destroying our youth population. Madam Speaker, this has taken a toll on the lives of many families, communities, and the entire nation of Trinidad and Tobago. It is the desire of no government, no country, no community to be burdened by the presence of guns and gun violence. Today, this isn't a game to be played for political reasons or otherwise. If we continue to do that, pretty soon we will know someone close to us who have been impacted by gang violence in some way. Madam Speaker, when the anti-gang bill that we are only seeking to extend its life was first brought to this House by members opposite, who were then seeking our support for it, and the then AG at the time, speaking on behalf of the then government, stated, and I quote, "I firmly believe that this bill is an exceptional and constructive weapon in our fight against crime that shall benefit both private citizens and corporate world, and indeed the nation as a whole." Madam Speaker, the Anti-Gang Act and Bail Act were created with the intention of discouraging and suppressing criminal gangs and criminal activity in order to protect the people of Trinidad and Tobago from violence, physical harm, fear and intimidation, and that these criminal gangs bring to families, communities, and the society as a whole. Madam Speaker, these legislation were relevant and necessary when the then government, now on the other side, brought it to this House, and it is still relevant and necessary today. Madam Speaker, just remember, listening to the Commissioner's affidavit this afternoon, it brings my own expertise into play. Being an officer of the law for 34 years, Madam Speaker, gang murders is something that we describe as a circle of activities. It depends on reprisal murders, repeat offenders, firearm, drugs, and gang activities, Madam Speaker. Though we are aware of the scandal, Madam Speaker, that took place with respect to the Anti-Gang Act, where law enforcement officers sought to utilize it during the state of emergency in 2011, with so many persons being arrested and held on the act. And later, these persons were released. I want to bring to this honorable House, Madam Speaker. Firstly, there was the requirement that evidence on individuals held at the time had to be collected after the passing of the Anti-Gang Act and not before, in order for those evidence to be utilized. Therefore, law enforcement officers could not utilize any evidence that they might have collected on these individuals before the passing of that bill. Therefore, there are things that should have been put in place after the passing of the bill in order to ensure that it was successfully utilized as a tool in fighting against the existence of gangs and criminality. Madam Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago and the government must move to improve the capacity of the police service and other arms of national security apparatus in order to equip them with the necessary capabilities. Madam Speaker, we recognize that this is important for a sustainable case and to ensure that greater effectiveness of these legislation. Madam Speaker, we have also realized from information gathered that in order to strengthen the effectiveness of these legislation, we must address the challenges which require that proper procedures are followed in conducting surveillance of suspects, that statements of witnesses are sworn to by a justice of the peace, that proper investigation files be generated, that there is a proper surveillance of intelligence. Madam Speaker, we must strengthen the foundation and the ability of the police service and other protective agencies to control gang violence across this nation. The government has already begun to address these issues, such as the gathering of information through a collaborative effort, which the SSA Act would enable and which we also had to fight to bring on board through this honorable House, Madam Speaker. We are also presently engaged in an assessment of the Criminal Gang Intelligence Unit with respect to strengthening the unit and providing the requisite training needed to operationalize this unit. Madam Speaker, in order to ensure a holistic overview and improvement of the system and how it operates within the framework of the legislation, the government would require time to treat with this overhaul. And what we have done, Madam Speaker, is to come before this honorable House today seeking 2 years, or if you want to look at it in months, 24 months, in order to put things in place to remedy the issues that has come to light. Madam Speaker, if the government is given the time to do this, then we can move forward in our effort to curb, reduce, and abate the issue of crime and gang violence that has been ravaging our nation for far too long. And all that was requested, Madam Speaker, was some effort to connect the dots and some political will to get it done. Madam Speaker, we have been examining the police service. We have been examining the systems in place. We have been seeing the shortcomings. And if this extension is not supported by the other side, then there can be serious implication for the safety and security of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, the facts show that 86 persons who are in custody right now for possession of firearm would be eligible to be released. 91 persons who are charged for armed robbery would be eligible to be released. 44 persons who are charged for robbery would be eligible to be released. And to add to this, Madam Speaker, 24 persons charged with shooting would also now be eligible to be released. Madam Speaker, our government is already committed to ensuring that we do as much as we can to prevent individuals from seeking alliances with gangs in their communities. And Madam Speaker, there are a number of programs in place to aid in this regard. Madam Speaker, the government understands that collaboration is important in achieving any worthwhile goal. It is in this context that the government's strategy to adopting a whole-of-government approach in protecting our people is both prudent and relevant. And these legislation are also prudent and relevant in our fight against crime and how it is organized today. Madam Speaker, it is through a combined effort that we will best achieve the goal of reducing and preventing crime. Unfortunately, certain requirements to the proper implementation of the Anti-Gang Act did not materialize over the ensuing period after 2011. And we are now seeking to pick up that mantle, carry on the task at hand, and ensure that within the 2-year period, we would have reviewed the framework within which these pieces of legislation operate, and ensure that the necessary systems are in place for its effective application within our justice system. Madam Speaker, it is neither necessary nor wise to have these legislation expire so that what remains is an empty space where there needs to be something in place to assist our justice system. Madam Speaker, the government is endeavoring to get this thing right in order to protect the safety and security of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I reiterate that if implemented properly, these pieces of legislation is an important weapon in our fight against gangs, against crime and criminality. So, Madam Speaker, we have made it clear the importance of collaboration in our fight against crime, and today I stress the importance of that in bringing this to pass. And one of the ways in which members opposite can assist the government and the people of Trinidad and Tobago in this fight against crime is by lending their support to this bill brought to this House today. We have identified the importance of the extension that this bill seeks to provide for in order to address the issues that exist in the system and to strengthen the effectiveness of the legislation, law enforcement, and the judiciary. But Madam Speaker, the government recognizes too that much more must be done. So far, Madam Speaker, we have forged strategic alliances with key ministries and international partners in an effort to implement a more whole-of-government approach to governance and service delivery across ministries, departments, and division. And very soon, Madam Speaker, you will be seeing the launch of these supportive intervention programs. Madam Speaker, by lending our collective support to the miscellaneous provision under the Anti-Gang and Bail Act of 2016, this is a chance we are giving the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. On the other hand, Madam Speaker, if the opposition withholds their support, they are going to be doing a disservice to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. With no deterrence in place, what will happen to crime and criminality in this country, Madam Speaker? Here is the stark reality. With these extra persons being brought to be given an opportunity to access bail, think of the multiplier effect this will have on the already high crime rate. We are removing, Madam Speaker, the only special offenses dedicated to suppressing gang offenders. This is a true purpose of the Anti-Gang Act of 2011. Do we want to be known as a parliament who said no to the nation that being a gang member is okay? Madam Speaker, the choice is clear. All we are asking for this evening, Madam Speaker, is the opportunity to do what you on the other side did not do. All we are asking for, Madam Speaker, all we are asking for, Madam Speaker, is for you to show, you on the other side, to show how much you love your country. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I love my country. My colleagues on this side love our country. Yes, Madam Speaker, I love that phrase, and I love my country, and I would stand here in defense of my country. Madam Speaker, we understand the patronage of our leader from Diego Martin West, and we are prepared to do what it takes to show this country that we care. Your response, you on the other side, through you, Madam Speaker, will show how much you care. So when the others tell you, Madam Speaker, sorry, the PNM is the party that founded this great nation called Trinidad and Tobago. We have the best interests of our people at heart. So when, Madam Speaker, when others tell you don't trust the PNM, as I started off by quoting them, do not take heed. Do not take heed. The PNM is the only party that stands for truth. The PNM is the only party that stands to defend this country. The PNM is the only party that would make decisions to protect the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And the PNM is the only party that is prepared to make the tough decisions.
San Fernando West.
The principles that our great party is founded on are reflected in the watchwords and our motto. So, Madam Speaker, we have identified the importance of the extension of this bill, which seeks to provide for, in order to address the issues that exist in the system and strengthen the effectiveness of the legislation, law enforcement, and the judiciary. Madam Speaker, we reiterate our commitment to the fight against crime, and I hope that the members opposite will do what it is right. So trust the PNM, trust the police, trust the police service, and do what is right. Do what is right in the interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Do you love your country? And support us. And support us with the passing of this bill, as we did in 2011. And may God bless our nation. Madam Speaker,
Member for Pointe-a-Pierre.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to join this debate, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to take my time, Madam Speaker, because after listening to the Honorable MP, Member of Parliament for Toco Sangre Grande, I now understand why I wore a red tie today. I wore a red tie today because I have heard from her voice tonight that she says, and she agrees with us, do not trust the PNM. But I do not agree, Madam Speaker, when she also made a comment, do not trust the police. I believe we should trust the police because they are there.
For Pointe-a-Pierre, standing a matter on the standing orders.
Speaker?
You're asking to give way?
Yes.
It's up to the member.
No, no, Madam Speaker. No, Madam Speaker.
Order, please. Continue, member for Pointe-a-Pierre.
It has been a long day, Madam Speaker. I really don't want to. I really don't want to keep other members who would like to speak here tonight. So I do, Madam Speaker, really was taken aback because I had much to say in this debate, but after listening to Toco Sangre Grande and her statement of do not trust the PNM, I think that is really the crux and the matter of this afternoon's debate here. But suffice it to say, Madam Speaker, I must take part in this important piece of legislation that the Honourable Member for San Fernando West has piloted here this afternoon, tonight. And I must go back and do a little history about this bail amendment bill. The Bail Act has been amended, as you know, Madam Speaker, over the past 20 years, and as the crime situation has become more intractable. The original Bail Act provided that a person charged with any offense other than murder, treason, piracy, etc., will be eligible to be granted bail. Let's fast track. In 2005, the Parliament reduced the number of convictions from 3 to 2, as we have heard here today. And in 2011, we amended the Bail Act and to include people charged with offences under the Anti-Gang Act and other related crimes to be held for 120 days. In 2014, Madam Speaker, we came to Parliament here and we amended the Bail Act again from 2 strikes to 1. But Madam Speaker, I really want to quote from the Sunday's June 26, 2016, from the Newsday article, the Bail Amendment Dishonesty. I want to quote the writer of that article is Jamil Broom. And he says, or she says, yet again, another government is attempting to extend the very piece of legislation which they labeled as unconstitutional and soundly rejected every time they sit in the House with a minority of seats. Madam Speaker, it is very important that when we came here today, the Attorney General, the Honourable Member of San Fernando West, really did not bring any salient points to convince us on this side that we should support this bill, other than asking for our support to continue with the sunset clause for another 2 years. And Madam Speaker, when I look at the PNM manifesto, one of their, page 26, under the heading Partnering with the Judiciary, it says the protection of human rights. They talked about protecting human rights, introduce common sense, evidence-based, cost-effective policing in the justice system. And I ask, where is that? When will that be happening, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, we heard today, this afternoon, and I would like to also quote to show how our support or lack of support is required or needed by them. The Honorable Prime Minister Keith Rowley, it's an article by Cicely Asun on Thursday, June the 23rd, and I quote, Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley waded into the United National Congress opposition on Tuesday night for refusing to support his government in Parliament on critical pieces of legislation, which he said the PNM had supported when the party was in opposition, in a wide-ranging address at Scott's house in Embarcadero, San Fernando. I don't think the Honorable Attorney General was there at that time. Madam Speaker, I want to present an argument here this afternoon. In 2011, the then opposition members supported a Bail Amendment Bill Act in 2011. They voted for it. In 2014, Madam Speaker, and the reason why I felt they voted for it, because they felt we would not have lasted in government in 2011. But I want to show you we lasted all. In 2014, Madam Speaker, when we amended, and we came here in Parliament to amend the Bail Act in 2014, January about that time, they voted against the bill, those amendments. In this House of Representatives and also in the Senate, they voted against it. Why? Well, you will wrap up.
Member for Laventille West, please.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 15.5, I beg to move that the House sit until the conclusion of the matter before it.
Honorable members, the question is that the House continue to sit until the conclusion of the matter before it. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Member for Pointe-a-Pierre.
Madam Speaker, in 2014, the then opposition members, both in the House and in the Senate, voted against the People's Partnership bail amendment bills. And I heard the Attorney General said, tell us why. And I will say, if I want to quote from the Hansard, Dr. Keith Rowley, introductory statements with respect to this bill. The government does not support the opposition. Maybe the government has the required majority in this House, and maybe they can get it elsewhere. But those of us who were present in this House, we entered in the debate, we told the government in no uncertain terms that we are not prepared to support what the government has brought here today. That was in 2014 by the Honorable Keith Rowley, Dr. Keith Rowley, who is the current Prime Minister. Also in the Hansard on that 2014 debate, Madam Speaker, we in the Senate, we have the Honorable Attorney General, Faris Al-Rawi response.
Members for Diego Martin Northeast, Port-au-Prince North, St. Anne's West, and St. Joseph. Please
Madam
continue.
Speaker. The bill, and I quote the Honorable Attorney General at the time in the Senate, 21st of January 2014, the bill does not solely include violent crimes, but encompasses a wide variety of crimes, such as larceny, and the people of Trinidad and Tobago must be aware of this. Even ridiculous crimes are included. So they did not support the bill in 2014. But even Diego Martin Northeast, the Honorable Member of Parliament Diego Martin Northeast, who during his debate on December 6, 2013, PNM would not support legislation that would limit bail in situations where persons had one previous conviction. He emphasized that himself, the member for Port-au-Prince South, and former Senator Hines would not support the bill. So, Madam Speaker, in 2014, they did not support this bill. But it is surprising in 2015, around March, they supported the bail bill. And I asked why when I was doing my debate. And the only reason why I could come up with, Madam Speaker, is that it was a general election year, and they felt it was politically correct to support the government of the day. All right? So, Madam Speaker, for the last 10 months, Madam Speaker, this present government, I am surprised today that they are asking us to support or even continuing with our bill or their bill, because their style has been over the last 10 months to dismantle everything the People Partnership government has built. So I'm surprised here today they are asking us for our support. Huh? Wanting? The Pointe-a-Pierre highway. Central Bank governor. Non-opening of the Couva Children Hospital. And the stoppage of the DB campus. The list goes on and on. So, Madam Speaker, I'm very surprised that the government of the day is asking us for our support, because that has been their style for the last 10 months. Even when we sat on this side a few weeks ago and we asked about the SSA bill, they didn't care about supporting us. When we went to the Senate, the bill went to the Senate, there was various amendments, and no amendments were taken from our side. So, Madam Speaker, I'm really taken aback that they're asking us for our support here today. And, Madam Speaker, during this debate, I have not heard one word from any of the presenters on this side about trying to look at a holistic way of reforming the judicial system. There has not been a debate so far about reintegration of the criminals into society as a measure of reducing the reoffending. And I ask, Madam Speaker, let us look at reintegration. According to the United Nations in their publication on custodial and non-custodial measures in 2006, social reintegration can be understood as the support given to offenders during re-entry into society following imprisonment. Simply defined, Madam Speaker, reintegration is all activity and programming conducted to prepare an offender to return safely to the community and life as a law-abiding citizen. Madam Speaker, it will be noteworthy that we could have discussed and heard from the Attorney General, what measures are in place, because we understand, as he has said it, that he has a problem getting information from the judiciary, from the police service, from the DPP, but they are in charge, Madam Speaker, and I am surprised that the Attorney General, eminent attorney that he is, because he talked about in another place where he was able to move some overcrowding of some prisoners to certain sections of prisons that are not overcrowded. And I am surprised that he could not get the kind of information that the opposition has been asking about over the last time we met. So I am sure the Attorney General, in his astuteness and his way that he has of cajoling and making things happen, should have been able to get that information and not have to utilize, again, Gerald Ramdeen's information. So, Madam Speaker, I ask about what is being done about reintegrating the offenders into society. Have we looked at the probation system, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, as you know, the failure of this bill to reform and rehabilitate individuals. It is widely understood that in Trinidad and Tobago today, the crime rate is spiraling out of control, reaching unprecedented levels, and essentially what this bill seeks to do is to use bail as a tool to fight crime. Madam Speaker, just today before I came to this debate, when you look at the firearm issue, and that has not been addressed by the Member of Parliament for San Fernando West. This is a real situation, a true situation, where there's a family just came out on bail because it just finished the 120 days, Madam Speaker. There was a gun that was found on the premises of the home, and the people that went in and spent 120 days were two individuals and a gentleman who had suffered a stroke, that at the point in time that the police raided the home, they were there, Madam Speaker. And the magistrate had no other choice but to incarcerate them for 120 days. And Madam Speaker, that is a draconian piece of legislation. And that is why, when we had passed that bill, we had a sunset clause. And as the leader of the opposition had said, it was time to pause for a cause. And we are saying it is time now, Madam Speaker, that the Attorney General, the Member of Parliament, San Fernando West, should have taken the time, because they have been in government for 10 months. They knew the sunset clause was coming to an end, was expiring in August 15. And something of substance should have come here today to give us a chance to be able to see whether we can support the bill in it, or some amendments to the bill. So, Madam Speaker, what I just spoke about, a real-life situation, and this family, Madam Speaker, is from Laventille. So that, Madam Speaker, it breaks, for the people, that innocent people can be set up. There's another situation, Madam Speaker, that someone called me this morning, and they asked me to bring it up. The person is a legal firearm user, holder, and he is now afraid to carry around his firearm, because if, God forbid, something was to happen and he had to defend himself and he was charged, he would be incarcerated for 120 days. Because the law is the law, and the magistrate has no discretion other than to incarcerate that individual for 120 days, and after that apply for bail. So, Madam Speaker, I am yet to be convinced tonight, that the member of San Fernando West, the Attorney General, and also the other attorney in the Ministry of Attorney General Legal Affairs, the esteemed member of Pointe-a-Pierre North, San West, did not come with something of substance to give us comfort that we can support this bill. Madam Speaker, even in the reintegration, there's an NGO that I am close to called the Vision and Mission, and run by an esteemed individual, Mr. Chance. There are two centers, one in Wallerfield that can house 100 men who have either deportees or released from prison, and they have been asking the government for financial assistance to be able to make this center viable and financially viable. They have been asking for approximately 1.2 in recurrent expenditure to assist them in running the center, which will help alleviate and reduce, as the Honorable Attorney General is doing his prison reform. And I think a few months ago he had talked about the cost of a prisoner. And when I look at the cost of to rehabilitate someone in the Vision and Mission Center in Wallerfield, it is far less than what the Attorney General his number that he came up with. And also there's another center that is in the Pointe-a-Pierre constituency that is part of the Vision and Mission in the Claxton Bay, which is a home that is for the women, deportees, and also current releases inmates. And Madam Speaker, that building is in still a state of repair. They need approximately $500,000. Disrepair, sorry. And to complete it. And they are also pleading with the present government to assist them, to help them make this center viable into fruition, Madam Speaker. And these are two centers that will help alleviate or reduce and help deportees or inmates that were recently released and help them come out of away from crime, Madam Speaker. Because the Vision of Mission NGO is doing fantastic work, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, you know, I am yet, as I said, the Attorney General has yet to convince me, to be able to convince my constituency of Pointe-a-Pierre why we should support this bill. Madam Speaker, he has not spoken about the overcrowding in the remand yard. And that is a serious, serious issue, Madam Speaker. When I look at, and I was doing my research, and when I did my research and looked at the Hansard by the Martin Northeast, I'm quoting here from, Madam Speaker, from the U.S. Department of State Country Reports of Human Rights Practices for 2015. And the heading is Prison and Detention Center Conditions. Conditions is the same report you quoted, Minister. Conditions in some of the prison systems, 9 facilities continue to be harsh. On June 19th, Madam Speaker, and June 17th, riots erupted in the remand yard of the Golden Grove Prison, which resulted in injuries to dozens of prisoners and 5 prison officers, Madam Speaker. The physical condition report states, convicted inmates constituted approximately 37% of the country's average prison population, while the remainder were in pre-trial status. Madam Speaker, when the report also goes on, under the heading Arrest Procedures and Treatment of Detainees, pre-trial under the heading Pre-trial Detention, lengthy pre-trial detention resulting from heavy court backlogs and inefficiencies in the judicial system continue to be a problem. Pre-trial detainees or remand prisoners represented approximately 63% of the prison population. Most persons under the indictment waited 5 to 6 years for their trial dates in the High Court, although some waited much longer. Officials cited several reasons for the backlog, including an understaffed and underfunded prosecutorial office, a shortage of defense attorneys for indigent persons, and the burden of the preliminary inquiry process. Additionally, the law requires anyone charged and detained to appear in person for a hearing before a magistrate's court every 10 days, if only to have the case postponed for an additional 10 days, resulting in further inefficiency. So, Madam Speaker, the Attorney General came here this afternoon and not for once today or a week ago, spoke anything about the rehabilitation of the justice system. And I'm sure it might be on his agenda, but we would like to see. You know, the night is, we have a long time here, man. Oh, sorry. You know, I thought it was the Martin Northeast. Madam Speaker, you know, again, I go back and I have to agree with the member for Toco, Sangre, Grande. We cannot trust the PNM on this side. And I cannot help but keep repeating that, because it has made my life a little bit easier here this afternoon, Madam Speaker. It really has, you know. It's part of the course. But, you know, Madam Speaker, I really do not agree with her when she said do not trust the police. As an experienced ex-police officer of 34 years experience, I was taken aback by that statement. You know, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to make a statement here from the Hansard of page 116 on the 6th of December 2013 by the member of, my honorable esteemed member of St. Augustine. When the bill was passed, in his statement, he said, so it is an act, not a law that we intend to have in perpetuity. But at the end of 3 years, the sunset clause, as we call it, will come to an end. Hopefully, by that period, there would be no need, as they had many times in the 1990s, to return here and extend it year after year. And you know, he's an esteemed attorney, so he would know what he was talking about back then, because it infringes, and he knew it infringes on the constitutional rights of individuals. And that is why the Law Association, Madam Speaker, is not in agreement with extending this bill, the sunset clause. The Law Association has been consistent in not supporting this bill. Madam Speaker, even Martin Daly, yeah, the guy you said. Madam Speaker, Martin Daly, in a comment, Sunday Express, you know, he states, I ain't quoting the part he get wrong. The other parts that he's correct. But he's the president in waiting. I thought he's the president in waiting. What we do not, Madam Speaker, Martin Daly's article here, Madam Speaker, he talked about, you know, anyway, I won't quote Martin Daly if the minister. I ease him up. I ease up the president in waiting. I ease him up. Madam Speaker, you know, as we... No, it's not. It's the red dress. The red dress down here. She confused me with that statement. She really confused me. So, Madam Speaker, this bill is really about the administration of justice, and it infringes on the Constitution of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And, Madam Speaker, I really surprised that my good friend, I could call him my good friend, the Attorney General, did not come here with just asking us in a simple way to support.
I just want to caution you on the standing order against tedious repetition. Members, please, when I'm standing, I've heard that point 3 times. I would ask you to kindly move on, please.
I'm guided, Madam Speaker. Thank you. So, Madam Speaker, I really did not intend to talk for long. You know, after hearing that dissertation by Toco Sani Grande, Madam Speaker, and I will close, Madam Speaker, with a quote from... I'm looking for a quote. No, he ain't get away. And as I close, Madam Speaker, and I want to close with a Mandela quote. No one truly knows a nation until one has been inside its jail. A nation should not be judged by how it treats its highest citizen, but its lowest one. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for St. Anne's.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for the privilege to rise to support this bill. And this bill is an act to amend the Bail Amendment Act 2008, the Miscellaneous Provisions, Bail and Kidnapping Act of 2011, the Anti-Gang Act 2011, the Bail Amendment Act 2011, the Bail Amendment Act of 2014, and the Bail Amendment Act of 2015. Madam Speaker, my contribution tonight does not necessarily have to be long. We have been here for many hours, and we have had very good speakers on this side going before me. The AG was pellucidly clear in his contribution.
Yeah, man. Good word, good word, good word. Good word.
The member for Port-of-Spain North, St. Anne's West articulates. The member for Fortin coherent, followed by the member for Toco, Grande, lucid, and all of them clearly stating the facts of the issue. I said on this side, member. Madam Speaker, the facts of the issue are plain. These amendments were put into law by the opposition, then in government. Enough speakers on this side have shown that in 2011 they passionately supported these same amendments. Yes. The Hansard shows it. Yes. And what did they use to justify their support for what they wanted to put into law? The crime situation in Trinidad and Tobago at the time of 2011. And what were they supposed to do at that time after putting it through as law? They were supposed to collect the required that would analyze the need for the law to be continued. That is the situation before us. The member for Port-of-Spain North, St. Anne's West read out onto the record today the fact that the acting commissioner of police is on record as saying that gangs, illegal firearms, kidnapping, human trafficking, illegal narcotics are as much of a problem now in 2016 as they were in 2011. As a matter of fact, I dare say, Madam Speaker, some statistics may show that it may be more of a problem now in 2016. So according to that statistical evidence, and if we are saying that the reason why this law was put into place in the first place is because the crime situation justified it in 2011, then in 2016, how could we, as a responsible government, allow the sun to set without having the correct data that we need to ensure that we have to continue this? Madam Speaker, the issue is simple. We need to determine whether or not the law has been useful. To allow the sun to set without finding this out will make us irresponsible. And if we had the reasons in 2011 to do this, then it is incumbent upon us now to ensure that we do not need this law before we allow the sun to set. Madam Speaker, the AG gave statistics showing that over 1,000 persons potentially will be released on bail if the sun is allowed to set on this legislation. And he raised the issue, can the judiciary reasonably be expected to deal with that influx of bail cases that will come before them at that time? What type of chaos are we going to unleash on the society? In addition to that, those that are released on bail, where will they go? They will go directly into our communities. Madam Speaker, all of us here are members of Parliament, representatives. We represent constituencies that are made up of communities. And if we are not concerned that repeat offenders can get out into our constituencies, then that is something that really should concern the persons who we represent. Because what is the effect of the repeat offender on society? And again, the member for Port-of-Spain North, St. Anne's West gave statistics to show that repeat offenders usually are ones that would get involved in more crime, recidivism. And therefore, what are we going to support if we allow the sun to set on this legislation? We are going to allow repeat offenders back into the communities to cause what types of problems? Madam Speaker, there's a direct correlation between high crime communities and youth crime. Gang members going back into communities after committing crimes are usually hailed as heroes. And who hail them as heroes? Many times, it is the young people. They go back and boast about how much ghost they take. And why is it that we are not supporting legislation that will allow us to completely analyze whether or not
this legislation put in place is actually working to prevent that scenario from taking place? Do we want our youth exposed to that situation without having the data necessary to say whether or not it was working? That is the issue before us.
That's right.
Are we willing to risk the communities which we purport to represent, simply to score cheap political points? Because it is mind-blowing that the very same opposition who sits there today as the government could have understood the necessity of this type of legislation when they were on this side. So how is it now that not having collected the data means that you simply throw the baby out with the bathwater? That cannot be the approach. That is not a responsible approach, and it is not one that this government intends to take or to recommend. We do not have the evidence at this point, Madam Speaker, to say that this legislation is not working. And without that evidence, we would really need to take some time to look at it closely. At this point, Madam Speaker, we have an indication and statistics from the Acting Commissioner of Police that crime is still a problem which needs to be arrested. I want to consider the effects of crime in my own constituency, Madam Speaker, and the importance of allowing us to find the correct data for this legislation grows. In my constituency of St. Anne's East, gang-related violence has not escaped us. We have crime, Febo Village, Cantaro, Warata, Luengo Village, Las Cuevas, Lacano. There is no area of the community that crime has not infiltrated. And therefore, when a government is trying to put things in place to ensure that we deal with this situation, why is it that the very same opposition who understood why they needed to do this so well, and we heard them on the Hansard, pontificating as to why this law needed to come into being, why is it that against that background, at this point in time, we are hearing we cannot support this legislation because we do not know that it is working. But we don't know it is not working either. So therefore, we are saying, let us take the time to find out what is happening, and then we make a decision based on the data that we have collected. This is not politics. This is about your communities. This is about your constituency, about the families that will be affected if we allow the sun to set on this legislation. If it was important then, it's more important now. A few bad apples can spoil the bunch, Madam Speaker. The majority of persons in the communities are law-abiding citizens who stand in solidarity with this effort today to ensure that they are insulated from the few who will go back into the society, into the community, and spoil the bunch. That is what we are trying to prevent as a responsible government. Yet still we are seeing politics being played out. The safety of our citizens have no place in politics, have no place in that. We have to put above everything else the safety and security of our constituents, of our communities, of our societies. Madam Speaker, the proliferation of gated communities and neighborhood watch groups all over this country, they all speak to one thing. They all speak to the desire of our citizens, our constituents all over this nation to feel safe in their homes and in their communities. And to this, I want to say to all of those citizens who are looking on today and wondering why the opposition will not support legislation to simply ensure that they are safe, I want to say to them that your government is on the job, and we are taking the steps to bring back safety to your communities. If we do allow the sun to set, Madam Speaker, we will win the cheap political points, but all of us will be affected by what happens after if we do not take the time to simply ensure that we are making the right decision. So it was not, the data was not collected from 2011 to 2015. And we are saying, regardless of the fact that it was not, we will do it. We will do the work to ensure that the decision we make at the end of the day is one that will be down to the benefit of all our citizens. This is too important for us to play games with it. So, Madam Speaker, Having given a brief contribution, I want to conclude that on behalf of the law-abiding constituents of all the communities which make up not only the constituency of St. Anne's East, but the communities of the country, that I stand in support of the amendments which will promote the safety and the security and the data-driven decision-making which will redound to the benefit of our country. And as a responsible government, we call on the opposition to support this so that your constituents can be safe, your communities can be safe, and Trinidad and Tobago can be a safer country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to speak here on this debate on the 6 pieces of legislation. And I must say, 3 ministers of national security and 6 pieces of legislation later, we are still nowhere closer to solving crime than we were 9 months ago. Madam Speaker, I've listened to the other side, and I've heard so many arguments about this amendment, if it were not put in place, that it would collapse and that everyone would walk out free. And, Madam Speaker, I cannot begin to imagine how uninformed that the government is concerned in that. As our political leader, member for Saparia, indicated earlier today, that the courts are there, the judiciary is there, functioning as usual, and if the bail were to lapse, people would not automatically walk out free. They would, in fact, have the opportunity to reapply for bail, and so the magistrate would decide at that point. And therefore, it is not for us to say that people would just walk out and that criminals would be walking free, and things would just, go out of chaotic. That is furthest from the truth. And Madam Speaker, I just want to emphasize on a couple points that some of the members made. For instance, I was listening to the Attorney General as he gave he was winding up, and in preparing for us to respond, and he was piloting, and the bill, and he was given this. He spoke about this. He spoke about 2 things. He said, we have the rights of the citizens to consider, and then he asked, did you consider the socio-macroeconomic implications? And I sat here and I wondered, did the honorable member consider that aspect? Because, Madam Speaker, when we brought these legislations to Parliament, it was with great concern. So much concern that we placed a sunset clause in place. But not only did we put a sunset clause in place, we also put a number of social security nets in place to provide for persons. For instance, we wanted to have preventative measures in place. So, when someone was incarcerated, we ensured that if that person who was incarcerated, there were a number of wives who would have been out on the outside, left without a person there, the husband to take care of them because they're incarcerated. We had a number of grants in place, Madam Speaker. Grants that this government just arbitrarily shut down, removed. We have a baby grant that we put in place, Madam Speaker, that would have assisted mothers whose husbands would have been incarcerated and had no other means of taking care of. Many of them had unborn children, and we had put in place something to take care of them at least, and to help these mothers them not only to care for their babies, but to train them, to help them not go into a life of crime, to support their children unborn and otherwise. But that, Madam Speaker, has been removed. There's no baby grant again. Because you know what? When they thought about just incarcerating people, they did not think about the social implications. We had in place, Madam Speaker, we had in place the ability for persons to come and apply for a food card. Madam Speaker, anybody, once they can prove their social situation, can walk off the street into any one of the offices throughout Trinidad and Tobago and receive a food card. Madam Speaker, months since September the 8th, 2015, nobody can go into an office and collect a food card. How can you speak about the member for Sangre Grande, Toco Sangre Grande? We care. We care. BNM founded this country. My God, BNM is Christopher Columbus. Founded this country and and do not have that ability to put in place.
But she said, don't trust the people.
Members, I would like to hear the contribution from the member for Cumuto, Manzanilla. And I address this to members on both sides.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes. Madam Speaker, but you know, they would not, the government would not know that because they're trying to change the history of Trinidad and Tobago. So maybe the history of Trinidad and Tobago
But the member give way to clarify something?
Yeah. So anyway.
Would you give way to clarify?
No, Madam Speaker, I'm on my feet.
You will have a chance to speak.
You will have your chance. Madam Speaker, the member for St. Anne's East indicated that we will do it. We will collect the data and we will bring it. Madam Speaker, you know how much things we're waiting on in this parliament? We can't even get questions answered in this parliament. They would come, and they would be let me use it.
Naparima, I believe you made a contribution already. Continue, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me be lucidly clear.
Yeah. Take your time.
And they would speak about a number of things, and they would never articulate what we would ask something. Can you give us a cost? They would go around the world and say we don't know the cost. We can't get any answers. Nothing at all. We would ask about all sorts of questions that are pertinent to the citizens of this country and particularly to our constituents. And we cannot.
I would like to invoke Standing Order 48-1, please.
Okay, member for Cumuto, Manzanilla. I believe you began on a certain trend. I'll just ask you to bring your contribution back in line with what is before the House.
And so I was saying now, Madam Speaker, that there is in place a program where you assist persons who are incarcerated. When you're incarcerated, Madam Speaker, there is a public assistance that is given to children of imprisoned persons. And all I'm stating is that if all these grants are stopped and being reviewed, and they're being reviewed without even any continuity to it, it means that there is a social aspect of this bail bill that will impact upon the people who are incarcerated and who are outside. I am saying, Madam Speaker, that it's important for this government to consider putting back a number of programs. They want us to support a bill that we brought. But we brought a bill with clear understandings that it would be expiring in a particular time because of the serious implications to your human rights and also to social issues that may arise as a result of it. The government has not considered those rights and they have not considered the implications. Madam Speaker, just up to yesterday, there was this ad that stopped the biometric card. Just stopped it, just like that. And they told persons that it is under review and that now there will be direct deposit.
Madam Speaker.
I am coming to explain that, Madam Speaker.
Standing order 48-1, please.
A little leeway to link what you've started dealing with to the motion. But you're going to be very circumscribed in that leeway, please.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, what I'm trying to explain to the government is that if you do not have monitoring and evaluation, control and monitoring of all the systems, you will find that they will have little accountability and you will not achieve what it is you hope to achieve. With a card open up like this, removed, persons who you can get off of the system in terms of drugs and whatever it is, have now access, Madam Speaker, to funding which you can buy anything like drugs or guns and not food. Because the card, if you
Madam
use
Speaker, I invoke Standing Order 48-1, please.
Member for Cumuto Manzanilla, unless you could show that what you are speaking about relates to the motion, I'd ask you to leave that point and move on. Because I myself am at a pain to see the relevance.
Offenders, Madam Speaker, when they come out on bail and they have access, when they come out, they will need access to grants to help them with the rehabilitation process.
You're now speaking about when they come out on bail.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if this is the objective of the legislation that is before. Members, please. I'm not sure this is the objective of the legislation that is before us for debate.
No.
Okay, so could you kindly move on, please?
Okay. Yeah. Madam Speaker, my point here is to show the government that they have not thought out their process in terms of this bill, this 6 legislations that they have brought. The Attorney General has indicated, that there was serious socio-macroeconomic implications, and I'm telling him yes, there are, and he has not considered it. And as such, it would not be possible for us to support this bill, because unless this government is prepared to consider, that is what the AG said. That is what the AG said.
Members, the crosstalk is becoming intolerable. And I would ask members to restrain themselves. Any member who wishes to speak, the night is young. Any member who has not as yet contributed and who wishes to speak, will be entitled to do so. And therefore, I ask you all to exercise some restraint. Please continue, Cumuto Manzanilla.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to continue, Madam Speaker, that the argument that the government has brought here today is extremely weak and does not convince us that they need support to extend the sunset clause of these 6 pieces of legislation. Madam Speaker, we are asking for accountability. We are asking that they provide a clear, coherent plan, which is severely lacking since they've come into government. They have had no plan. And therefore, we believe, Madam Speaker, that this attempt to bring a sunset clause to these pieces of legislation is an attempt to show that they do have a plan, which, of course, has been quite clear to this side. And as such, Madam Speaker, on this, I would like to ask the government to go back and to prepare a plan that would be one that will be acceptable on both sides and that will benefit the citizens of this country. Thank you.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I see nobody.
Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Attorney General, I paused, I saw no one.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have had a significant amount of debate on the bill before us. Indeed, we heard the leader of the opposition, the member for Siparia, give us a treatise on the law in relation to Section 4 and 5 of the Constitution in relation to proportionality. After the statement of the law, regrettably, there wasn't much more to say from the member for the member for Siparia. We heard a treatise on the benefits of the food card system, lastly delivered by Cumuto Manzanilla, and there is indeed merit in the socio-economic connections in the prisoner management for persons who go on bail, as she put it. But if I could just most politely remind the honourable member that we're here speaking about denying bail and not necessarily the converse position of food cards associated with people who have been granted bail. So I think that that could perhaps answer the position of the last speaker. We heard from the honourable member for Naparima, who has now fled the chamber. And what was rather disturbing about the member's contribution, which was echoed in part by many of the persons who spoke opposite, was the insistence by members that there had to be the presentation of some form of fact, and that fact had to be analyzed, and that analysis had to have quantitative and qualitative characteristics. They said that that analysis must have been engaging the government in the period of the last 9 months whilst we have been elected into office. But they conveniently and studiously avoided any reflection whatsoever of the period of time whilst they held the reins of government for 5 years and a half and brought umpteen amendments to the laws before us. Specifically, there was Act number 9 of 2011, which was the Kidnapping Act. I will add into their tenure Act number 4 of 2011, which was the Miscellaneous Provisions Remand Act of 2011, which took the remand period under the summary court's jurisdiction from 8 days to 28 days, and under the indictable court experience from 10 days to 28 days. They then brought Act number 10 of 2011, which was the anti-gang legislation. They then brought Act number 11 of 2011, which had to deal with bail. They then brought Act number 1 of 2014, again, which dealt with amendments to the Bail Act. and then brought Act number 7 of 2015. If we count that, Madam Speaker, we're talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces of law. And in those 6 pieces of law, chapter and verse studiously avoided by the honorable members, where contribution was made by every single person on the then government bench, in particular including Anand Ramlogan as Attorney General, the member for Oropouche East as leader of government business then, including Brigadier John Sandy as Minister of National Security, including Dr. Suraj Rambachan in the House of Representatives. Good contribution, an excellent contribution, I might add, including Mr. Prakash Ramada, honorable member as he sat then, and coming most recently up to Gavin Nicholas, passing over Subhash Pandey, including up to current Senator Wayne Sturge. And none of the contributors put onto the record the fact that the government then specifically said that the law was necessary, that is the law to amend the Bail Acts, the laws to amend the Bail Act, that the Anti-Gang Act was necessary. Specifically, the then Attorney General had to say there is clear indication that the framers of the Constitution were cognizant of the fact that mechanisms must exist for it to adapt to evolving needs. Accordingly, although the tenets of the Constitution must be treated with utmost respect, it is my respectful view that we cannot allow the fundamental human rights given to citizens to be enjoyed by a select few who take advantage, exploit and hold to ransom the rest of the country. The Constitution is not a grave or dead, but rather a living and growing instrument. It must be capable of responding, not just embodying. Speaker after speaker went on effectively, in summary, to balance the Section 4A right to life and liberty against the Sections 4 and 5 rights, which talk about due process, innocence until proven guilty, and the right to bail. And everybody in then government seats, now in opposition, brought not one scintilla of qualitative or quantitative evidence, absolutely no process of analysis. We heard the honorable member for Naparima talk about a joint select committee. I have the report of the joint select committee. You spoke about a joint select committee. I didn't say which one yet. Don't get too jumpy. You spoke about consultation in other jurisdictions. Yes, Madam Speaker, I apologize. You spoke about contributions, the honorable member for Naparima, in other jurisdictions where there was a process, as he called it. And those other jurisdictions involved committee work. And I wish now, taking that platform, to say that there was in fact a joint select committee under the UNC government. That joint select committee considered the anti-gang and bail amendment laws, and nothing in that joint select committee, which I have here, has a scintilla of quantitative or qualitative analysis. So what happens, most respectfully, under the UNC watch is, do as I say and not as I do. There was an undertaking given in the Parliament by the UNC that there would be information gathering, qualitative analysis, and I wish to certify for the record here tonight that on assuming the office of Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, there has been absolutely no form of statistical information produced by those two ministries in relation to the bail amendments, all 11 of them, and also the Anti-Gang Act. Specifically, I recognize, and I wish to put on record now, that there has been, if Oropouche East will keep his cool, there has been a consistent call for an explanation by members of the opposition as to why the PNM opposition did not vote for the 2014 bail amendments. And permit me, Madam Speaker, to deal with the voting record in relation to the number of pieces of law. Starting with 1994, when the bail amendment, when the Bail Act came into operation as Act number 18 of 1994, what specifically happened was a codification of what was prior to that law, the common law and various small bits of legislation. That codification came to Parliament, and in 1994, the voting record was all 33 for and none against. In the Senate, all 28 for and none against. Remember, it was 33 seats in those days. The Bail Amendment Act number 32 of 2005, in that period there was a PNM government. The voting record then was 30 votes for, none against. 29 votes for in the Senate, none against. So that was House and Senate. The Bail Amendment Bill 2008, permit me to go instead, before we jump to 2008, let's go to the periods in between. When we get to the United National Congress sitting in opposition, a very interesting phenomenon is to be observed, Madam Speaker. Specifically, when we deal with the 2007, 2008 amendments, it is conspicuous to note that the UNC has a track record when in opposition of saying, take short-term amendments when it comes to bail for sunset clauses. They say 3 months, 1 year, 15 months, but they never quite have the courage to say, you as a government have the mandate, we will give you the support for your entire period of time. There is a track record by the UNC of saying, we want to hold you to a chain and you must come back and report us every time. But there is no reflection, as the statistics for voting will show, that when a PNM opposition is there, the PNM's position as led by the Honorable Leader Dr. Rowley, then as Leader of the Opposition, was specifically to say, as Dr. Rowley has on the Hansard, that there will be support for all measures that are required to be supported. And so in 2011, you saw a full support by a People's National Movement opposition to give a sunset period for 5 years in respect of bail amendments and anti-gang. Now, the question has been asked, and I had paused for a moment to go on some of the voting records. Why did the PNM not vote in 2014 for the bail amendments? And why did they, in fact, vote in 2015 for bail amendments? And I want to put on record now something which is very important. You see, when Naparima quoted the words that I had to ask, he did not quote the fact that he was dealing with a contribution I had made in opposition in 2011, where I said we would give full support for the law. But the question is it the right medicine? As an opposition senator then, I was saying to Trinidad and Tobago through the President of the Senate, the PNM will support this law, give a 5-year sunset period beyond the life of the then government, but that I caution that we must be making sure to operationalize the mechanisms so that we can actually see the effect. In 2014, a very important thing happened. Then Attorney General Anand Ramlogan came to the Parliament and he sought to harmonize all the laws into basically a one-strike provision. Moving away from 3-strike into 2-strike, he went to a 1-strike provision. I cautioned the Honorable Attorney General then that there was potentially an unconstitutionality to be faced in relation to the amendments that he proposed, and I was very, very specific, Madam Speaker, to point him to what was then Section 5 of the Bail Act, Part 2, in what is referred to as the choiseul, or the footing of the law. It said in section 5.2, a court shall not grant bail to a person who is charged with an offense listed in part 2 of the first schedule, and has been convicted on 3 occasions arising out of a separate transaction of A, any offense, or B, any combination of offenses listed in that part. Now hear these words: unless on application to a judge he can show sufficient cause why his remand in custody was not justified. The Honourable Member for St. Augustine understands what I'm about to say. That choiseul to section 5 reverse the burden of proof onto the accused to come to court to explain why he should not be remanded. That is the very law which prevails in England right now. And I warned Anand Ram Logan then, you are skirting an unconstitutionality because you may be deemed to be breaching a separation of powers principle, and you may find yourself in court. Do you want to know what the irony of it is? He is in court right now arguing that exact point on the law that he put into effect.
Criminal.
And so, Madam Speaker, it is not inconceivable, maybe Naparima can't understand it, but I know St. Augustine does, that a responsible opposition should warn the then government, look, be careful about harmonizing all of this into one strikes. Be careful about changing the discretion which we have and reversing the burden. And in those circumstances, I had to object. When we came to 2015, the detection and conviction rates were climbing down, 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 down. They again skipped over all of that. Siparia in her ramblings this afternoon didn't reflect on any of that. Nothing to deal with detection and conviction rates. Why? Why no detection and conviction rates? Because it matters not how low you get certain crimes, how the incidence of crimes fall, because it's the detection and conviction. But the figures that have been produced by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service in the affidavit of the Commissioner of Police, and allow me to stick a pin for a moment, I heard Siparia's contribution, I heard Naparima's contribution, and they shamelessly read from Dawn Townsend paper, Scott Drug Report, Food for Guns articles.
Offensive. It's offensive.
Member, I don't uphold your invocation of the standing order. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And they shamelessly read from a number of pieces of literature which Naparima, in fact, quoted from. And I say that because that information came from the affidavit of one Keith Renault and came from material annexed to the affidavit of the Commissioner of Police in the Ryan Reno Mahabir matter. Now, why do I say that? It shows, notwithstanding the pretense, I said they, notwithstanding the pretense that they have no facts, they have no figures, they have no qualitative and quantitative information, they read from information which was obviously given to them by Senator Gerald Ramdeen, who is the lawyer in the litigation which the state is fighting. And, Madam Speaker, I say that it was shameless mainly because they complained that they had no information and they've been asking for information. So where did they get the information from? Now, I heard a very interesting point from Siparia and Naparima. They say, look, stop calling Ramdeen, stop calling Ram Logan name. But Gerald Ramdeen is a senator of this government, of this opposition. Anand Ram Logan, past Attorney General, leading charge in court propping up Siparia in her submissions in court, as I'm sure he should. And the point is this, you can't disown them now. They are in fact yours. You are asking us not to reflect on them. But they are in the forefront of the UNC despite protestations. Madam Speaker, so I
demand to meet with you. Members, the Attorney General is replying to contributions that were made. So that once it's in response to a contribution, I can't see how the issue is relevant. Continue, please, Attorney General.
And Madam Speaker, I've raised that point because the cry across every member that spoke today for justification, not to support, is information, 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 information. So where you get the information from? Number one, you had a very excellent contribution. I wish to compliment my colleague from St. Anne's East for her contribution tonight. You had a very excellent analysis of why we are here. We are not here, Madam Speaker, most respectfully, to ask for the continuation of these laws for any other reason than we are obliged to do the work which the last government, despite having spent $400 billion of revenue, did not do. And it would be infradig, it would be intolerable, it would be unconscionable for a government to allow the sun to set on legislation until we brought the information to the public and said what was or what was not happening. And I say so because if one wants to find efficacy in the use of laws of this kind, I want to focus on kidnapping for ransom. And the figures in relation to kidnapping for ransom are very telling. Kidnapping for ransom was wrestled to the ground courtesy the operationalization of the Special Anti-Crime Unit working in conjunction with the Anti-Kidnapping Squad or unit of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Specifically, kidnapping for ransom from the serious crimes reported detected for the years 2005 to 2013 shows from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service that kidnapping for ransom in 2005 was 58. By the time we got to 2013, it was 4. In the period 2005 to 2010, the figures went 58, 17, 14, 17, 8, 7. 2010, under the PNM, 3. Under the People's Partnership, it survived at 3, 3, 4.
Good, very good.
And I'm glad that they're beating the desk because it shows that the utilization of bail amendments specifically to prohibit the access to bail for people for kidnapping for ransom had a positive effect on curbing the criminality associated with kidnapping for ransom. Thank God for the People's National Movement. Thank God for the Special Anti-Crime Unit working in conjunction with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and the TTDF. Thank God for that. And thank God that they had the opportunity to inherit something which worked. But Madam Speaker, permit me to come back to what is the germane point tonight. It's not 6 pieces of law that we're looking at alone. It is 12 pieces of law. And tonight, when this irresponsible opposition chooses not to support, hiding behind don't call Ram Logan, don't call Ramdeen, give us statistics. When that happens, the law cascades and collapses back to 2005, which only amended the 1994 law by changing shall to may. So we are going to the schedule of offenses and the bail provisions in 1994. We are 22 years later, and the irresponsibility to be put on the heads of the people of Trinidad and Tobago will be specifically, and I caution now tonight, on kidnapping for ransom as one of the major events. We, here, or here, Tabakit, inviting kidnapping, you will be causing exposure to the people of Trinidad and Tobago by irresponsibly not doing what you should have done. And Madam Speaker, I want to say this further. I want to say this further. The 1994 Schedule of Offences, 3 strikes in 15 years. Anand Ramlogan came to the Senate and said, as Attorney General, you know what was so dotish about the PNM? I'm paraphrasing. They said 3 strikes in 15 years. But if you get jail for 10 years and you get jail for 5 years, how you getting a 3rd strike? He said the 3 strikes could never work because you failed to discount the time that you incarcerated. And what we did in amending the laws 11 times, in the period 2010 to 2015 in particular, is we specifically discounted the time spent in jail. What they will be doing, the honorable members of the opposition, is to say, go back to the unworkable 3-strike formula. Don't worry to discount time in jail. And specifically, they will be moving from the Schedule of Offences, which now stands as law. And I want to read the Schedule of Offences that we're going to lose tonight because of the opposition. 1, this is where you denied bail on a charge and a charge basis. Remember, Madam Speaker, the 3 strikes, 2 strikes, 1 strike migrated from, here's what 3 strikes mean. You have a charge, you want bail, you have 3 convictions, you don't get it. You have a charge, you want bail, you have 2 convictions, you don't get it. The law migrated to, you have a charge, and you have a charge, you don't get bail. That's where the 2015 law stands right now, which we want to assess to see if it works. But here's what the Schedule of Offences of the charges or strikes are grounded into. Part 2 of the Bail Act of the first schedule. We will no longer, if the opposition doesn't support, have an offence under Firearms Act which is punishable by imprisonment for a term of 10 years or more, or an offence under sections 8, 9 or 10 of that act. We will no longer have an offence under the Larceny Act which is punishable by imprisonment for a term of 10 years or more. We will no longer have an offence under the Malicious Damage Act which is punishable by imprisonment for a term of 10 years or more. And I want to focus on this one. We will no longer have a sexual offence in which the alleged victim is a child, including a sexual offence under the Sexual Offences Act or the Children's Act 2012, or any act repealing or replacing any of those acts. Any offence under Sexual Offences Act, any offence against the Persons Act, an offence under Dangerous Drugs Act, an offence under the Trafficking in Persons Act, perverting or defeating the course of public justice, like raping the Treasury, for instance, an attempt to commit an offence listed in Part 1. Tonight, if this opposition, under this leader of the opposition, the member for Siparia, does not vote for this bill, all of that is gone, Madam Speaker. And I want to caution, as Princestown is wont to do, all hail leader of the opposition, champion of children's rights, he says often, honourable member. I want to say tonight, when children who are raped, and we know who the perpetrator is, and they're on charge, as we've seen in the papers recently, where a man raped a child twice, and charged on both occasions, where he could have been remanded, Madam Speaker, when that falls on Trinidad and Tobago head, I want to hear the member for Princestown talk about Siparia in the terms that he talks about it.
Still talk about it.
They know exactly what they're doing.
You see, Madam Speaker, what I am saying is, when we return to the 1994 law, we are going to say trafficking in narcotics or possession of narcotics for purposes of trafficking, possession and use of firearms or ammunition with intent to injure, possession of imitation firearms in pursuance of a criminal offence. Madam Speaker, when we deal with these things, we have taken 22 years of amendments of the law progressing with society as we do, trying to give the police a fighting chance, take 22 years and just throw it out the door. I see Paria covering her ears like she can't hear the truth no more.
She wouldn't know it if it hit her in the face. She would not know it if it hit her in the face.
And the volume is important, you know, because you hope that maybe they will hear you at some point.
Turn up the volume, man.
Maybe se tenemos que hablar español. We have to speak Spanish, we have to speak English, French.
Which of this parliament is English?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Maybe we need to speak Spanish, Arabic. But Madam Speaker, if stick break in your ears, you have to try anything you can to get you to listen. So, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this obsession with my lineage that Princess Tong has, I don't want his affection, I don't want his attention, I'm happy the way I am. Madam Speaker, I would just like to say,
Honourable Member for San Fernando West, your 30 minutes have expired. You're entitled to 15 more minutes. Do you intend to avail yourself of those?
Yes, please, Madam Speaker.
Please continue.
Madam Speaker, we heard the honourable members say that this isn't, Cumuto Manzanilla repeated it, this isn't an automatic get out of jail position. Let's put this into context. I have shown that the statistics are that there are approximately 2,300 people in remand. Roughly 50.5% of them, or 51% of them, are eligible for bail or are incarcerated right now. The rest of them, the 1,000 odd, are in there for murder. We heard references to statistics for murder from Naparima. Murder is not a bailable offense. We don't need to talk about murder because you can't get bail for murder, Naparima. Under any circumstances.
Maybe in Naparima.
So, wasting time on those points takes us nowhere. But of the 1,000 odd people, I want you to factor this most respectfully, Madam Speaker. There are 1.3 million people in Trinidad and Tobago. There are 1,000 people right now, and I want to show the dangers of the simplicity of the argument offered by the opposition. The 1,000 people who would be remanded in circumstances not yet known because we are awaiting statistical information from the DPP, from the judiciary in particular, and we have done a significant amount of work with the prisons. We've got information from the prisons in part, but they are unable to tell us the case typologies because very often people aren't put into jail for one offense only. There may be multiple charges. So it is not as simple as saying one charge. A man may be in for 6 or 7 charges. That information must be disaggregated. But I want to paint the danger. Immediately upon the effluxion of the law, when the sunset is applied, as the opposition seems intent for it to happen, what happens? 1,000 people are automatically obliged to be brought before the court, back to where the remand period now stands. It will no longer be 120 days, or even longer for 1-year trial not having started or started. Because remember, the 120 days is not an automatic position. You may in fact be denied bail entirely right now. You are now back to the remand period in the 2011 miscellaneous provisions remand legislation of 28 days. If somebody is remanded 2 days before August 15th, and they are remanded for 120 days, they must be brought back within 28 days, so 26 days later, or people may have passed the time already. But how many judges do we have in place to deal with this? How many magistrates do we have in place to deal with this? How many DPP or police prosecutors do we have in place to deal with this? And if someone is not brought, and they're not brought in a timely position, it is open for them to seek to have a habeas corpus, to have them brought before a judicial officer. And in certain circumstances, as confirmed to me by senior counsel, they may very well bring in their habeas corpus applications an associated claim for constitutional breach, which is visited with damages.
That's what they set it up.
And therefore, Trinidad and Tobago should take note that Anand Ram Logan, as attorney at law, and Gerald Ramdeen, as attorney at law, not only are seized of this position, but the same thing happened in the children foster care nurseries legislation, where children were deemed to be unconstitutionally held, and the damages were $450,000 for one child. And therefore, while it seems that this may all be happenstance for the opposition, I almost am tempted to believe that this is actual real business and revenue for some. And it seems to be Speaker 48-6.
Member for San Fernando West, I'm sure you could find another way to put that case.
Sure. Madam Speaker, I put it this way. I said business for some, so I don't know who the honourable member is talking about. There is business for some. I don't mean I can clarify it this way. I'm sure it's not any honourable member of the House, but there is business for some.
It doesn't have honor in it.
And there's no honour in that. And it's a fact. So, Madam Speaker, you're tempted to believe this is all happenstance, you know. But, Madam Speaker, it seems to be as clear a position as when the members of the opposition, when they were in government, systematically dismantled every single piece of national security apparatus that this country had. Inexplicably. And I would like to mention a few of these. The honourable member for Naparima, there he goes again. He was talking about success points from the last government. He said they have a Ministry of Justice they established. And he didn't go a little bit deeper to ask about what the Ministry of Justice did. There were 4 ministers of justice. We had judicial complexes to build. I know my learned friend for St. Augustine came in late in the day and couldn't salvage the situation. But there were 4 ministers of justice. They had a simple thing to build judicial complexes. We heard questions about Chaguanas, about the magistrates' court there. The judicial complexes were so mired in corruption and breach of procurement that they could never be built. So I don't know what the Ministry of Justice did. Secondly, I could tell you that the jamming equipment inside of the jails was turned on by a PNM government that came into office now. And I told the nation through you in an earlier debate, Madam Speaker, that we jammed in a 30-day period, a 99-day period, approximately 3 million phone calls and hundreds of thousands of text messages coming from inside the jails.
And they had it turned off.
What about the facial recognition?
We heard 21st century policing, and I hear Siparia going, wow. 21st century policing. The honourable member for Chaguanas West, the previous member, Jack Warner, unceremoniously in dismissing Gibbs and Uwatsky said, we ain't know nothing about no 21st century policing. Where was Naparima when his own government then denounced 21st century policing? Today he stands up to call it as a triumph, not knowing that his own government, in fact, denounced 21st century policing.
When he was carrying handbags.
He said training academy. Well, oh Lord, apparently he didn't know the training academy existed long before the UNC got into power and existed specifically when SWORD came in. He talked about the counter-human trafficking. Do you know that the Honourable Minister of National Security, the Honourable Major General Dillon, is the gentleman, honourable members he is, who operationalized the anti-trafficking, trafficking in persons laws which stood aimlessly bouncing around under the last government? And that happened in the last 9 months. Well, we heard about community comfort police as a big success story. Nobody knows who they are, where they are, what they're getting paid for. And this government has specifically said that that service, upon review, which is complete, will see the birth of the municipal police and Trinidad and Tobago police service in the human resource manpower of the police service. Kicking, screaming, opposing, it will be done. Well, we heard about vessels, but I wondered where the honourable member for Naparima was when Trinidad and Tobago had no form of coastal protection for 5 years. I know that certain members returned onto political campaigns then reduce themselves into wheel spinners, asking for plan and plan and plan. I can tell you there's some people I pray for good health for. The Honourable Member for Naparima is one of them. I want him exactly where he is, ever lively and in the United National Congress, in Parliament, to keep them on the same track that they're going on right now. Because if he continues along that way, the PNM is guaranteed to stay into office for a very long time. Madam Speaker, you know, what I find quite interesting about members opposite is the statements that, you know, murders are all of a sudden under your government. Last 9 months, last 10 months, your government seeing criminality. They've asked for a whole of government approach. I can tell you, and they're asking for a plan, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, most respectfully, when one has the courage to publish a legislative agenda. We heard Siparia talk about laying 41 bills in their first year. I'd like to ask Siparia, how many of those bills actually passed? More particularly, I'd like to ask Siparia, how many of those bills were actually operationalized? Because what I can tell you is that the Data Protection Act, not operationalized, Electronic Transactions Act, not operationalized, electronic monitoring, not operationalized, public procurement, never operationalized, had special majority in the House to deal with it, couldn't deal with it. You see, they certainly simply say to you, we will operationalize what we want, but not what we want. So we saw the birth of Section 34, well operationalized, executed, put into perfect effect, surreptitiously, deceitfully, and without explanation. And we're still waiting for explanation. You see, Madam Speaker,
Deceitful and deceitfully. That is offensive.
Member for Caroni is, if it is the 48.6 does not deal with offensive language and there is no improper motive ascribed to any particular member.
48.4.
48.4 in terms of offensive and insulting language. May I ask member for San Fernando West if you can use different language in respect to that?
Madam Speaker, Section 34 was proclaimed and operationalized in circumstances where the public felt that it was surreptitious, deceitful, and done without explanation. And that's been well traversed in the public. Madam Speaker, my learned colleague passed me a little note there. I forgot about this. Do you know one of the legacy gifts given to us by the UNC? At the airport, there was facial recognition software for people coming in. You know what happened? Under UNC government? It was ripped out. Physically ripped out.
By them.
And put away. Not a peep. Head of National Security Council, Siparia was. Not a word about that, you know. So, Madam Speaker, I find it extremely interesting about the way this opposition maneuvers.
Please, continue.
Yes, Madam Speaker, that's to be added with the Prime Minister's cameras inside of the diplomatic center gone. We still don't have an explanation for a state of emergency. We heard about an assassination attempt. We saw all the police removed from the Prime Minister's residence. None of these things explained. So, Madam Speaker, the fact is, I want no advice from the members of the opposition on what to do or not to do, you know. No advice. Because, Madam Speaker, they say that they will participate, but I want to put on the record why I want no advice. Number one, the holistic plan, apart from your legislative agenda, which shows the amendments, which they never had the courage to do, is one which specifically says you have to get your Trinidad and Tobago Police Service moving in the right direction. Let's have a permanent commissioner of police. You know who in court fighting on the appointment of a commissioner of police? Siparia. Secondly, Madam Speaker, we're talking about the Strategic Services Agency. They wanted us to listen to them, chapter and verse in the Senate. All their reports for 5 years show that they had exactly the same plan we did, and they want us to listen to them. Madam Speaker, we have a country to run with 50 months ahead of us. We will stand at the general election when the next general election is called on our record, Madam Speaker. And it is clear that the UNC's sole strategy is to distract, obstruct, raise all sorts of Pyrrhic arguments which will take us nowhere. Madam Speaker, it's simple. We require time to do the work that was not done, to report to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And Madam Speaker, I want to warn Trinidad and Tobago through you, when 22 years of advances in the law are thrown away by the leader of the opposition and all of the members that support her, I warn the country that you need look no further than the United National Congress. I beg to move, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bail Amendment Act 2008, the Miscellaneous Provisions Bail and Kidnapping Act 2011, the Anti-Gang Act 2011, the Bail Amendment Act 2011, the Bail Amendment Act 2014, and the Bail Amendment Act 2015 be now read a second time. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? No. The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bail Amendment Act 2008, the Miscellaneous Provisions Bail and Kidnapping Act 2011, the Anti-Gang Act 2011, the Bail Amendment Act 2011, the Bail Amendment Act 2014, and the Bail Amendment Act 2015.
Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bail Amendment Act 2008, the Miscellaneous Provisions Bail and Kidnapping Act 2011, the Anti-Gang Act 2011, the Bail Amendment Act 2011, the Bail Amendment Act 2014, and the Bail Amendment Act 2015 be committed to a committee of the whole.
Honorable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bail Amendment Act 2008, the Miscellaneous Provisions Bail and Amendment Act 2011, the Anti-Gang Act 2011, the Bail Amendment Act 2011, the Bail Amendment Act 2014, and the Bail Amendment Act 2015 be committed to the Committee of the Whole. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. The House will now go into the Committee of the Whole to consider the bill, clause by clause.
Clause 1.
The question is that clause 1 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 1 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 1 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 2.
The question is that clause 2 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 2 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 2 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 3.
The question is that clause 3 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 3 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I think the ayes have it. Clause 3 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 4.
Question is that clause 4 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 4 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no.
No.
I think the ayes have it. Clause 4 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 5.
The question is that clause 5 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 5 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no.
No.
I think the ayes have it. Clause 5 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 6.
The question is that clause 6 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 6 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no.
No.
I think the ayes have it. Clause 6 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 7.
The question is that clause 7 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 7 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no.
No.
I think the ayes have it. Clause 7 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 8.
The question is that clause 8 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 8 now stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no.
No.
I think the ayes have it. Clause 8 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 9.
The question is that clause 9 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 9 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no.
No.
I think the ayes have it. Clause 9 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 10.
The question is that clause 10 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 10 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no.
No.
I think the ayes have it. Clause 10 now stands part of the bill.
The preamble.
The question is that the preamble be approved. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no.
No.
I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be now reported to the House. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This committee meeting is now adjourned. Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, I wish to report that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bail Amendment Act 2008, the Miscellaneous Provisions Bail and Kidnapping Act 2011, the Anti-Gang Act 2011, the Bail Amendment Act 2011, the Bail Amendment Act 2014, and the Bail Amendment Act 2015 was considered in Committee of the Whole and approved without amendments. I now beg to move that the House agree with the committee's report.
Honorable members, the question is that this House agree with the committee's report on a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bail Amendment Act 2008, the Miscellaneous Provisions Bail and Kidnapping Act 2011, the Anti-Gang Act 2011, the Bail Amendment Act 2011, the Bail Amendment Act 2014, and the Bail Amendment Act 2015. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any against?
No.
The ayes have it. Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bail Amendment Act 2008, the Miscellaneous Provisions Bail and Kidnapping Act 2011, the Anti-Gang Act 2011, the Bail Amendment Act 2011, the Bail Amendment Act 2014, and the Bail Amendment Act 2015 be forthwith read a third time and passed.
Honorable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bail Amendment Act 2008, the Miscellaneous Provisions Bail and Kidnapping Act 2011, the Anti-Gang Act 2011, the Bail Amendment Act 2011, the Bail Amendment Act 2014, and the Bail Amendment Act 2015 be now read a third time and passed. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? No. This bill requires a 3/5 special majority. I now will ask the clerk to take a division.
Mrs. Robinson Regis.
Aye.
Dr. Rowley.
Aye.
Mr. Al-Rawi.
Aye.
Mr. Imbert.
Yes.
Mr. Young.
Aye.
Mr. Dialsing.
Yes.
Mr. Hines.
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell.
Aye.
Ms. Kujo.
Aye.
Mrs. Critchlow Coburn.
Aye.
Mr. Ford.
Aye.
Mr. Dillon.
Aye.
Mrs. Webster Roy.
Aye.
Dr. Dolly.
Aye.
Ms. Oliver.
Aye.
Mr. Coffey.
Aye.
Mr. Garcia.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Dr. Francis.
Aye.
Mr. Leons.
Yes.
Mrs. Jennings-Smith. Ms. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Singh.
No.
Mrs. Prasad Bisasa.
No.
Mr. Lee.
No.
Mr. Ramadan.
No.
Mr. Karim.
No.
Dr. Rambachan. Dr. Rambachan. Dr. Tewarie. Dr. Tewarie.
No.
Mrs. Newallo-Hosein.
No.
Members, could we have some silence, please?
Dr. Gopi Singh.
A resounding no. Never, I never will.
Mrs. Gayadeen Gopi Singh.
No.
Dr. Munilal.
No.
Mr. Indar Singh.
No.
Dr. Khan.
No.
Mr. Charles.
No.
Mr. Padarat.
Absolutely not. No.
Dr. Budo.
No.
Mr. Pari.
No.
Ms. Ramdial.
No.
Madam Speaker, the results of the divisions are as follows. 22 members voting for, 18 members voting against, and 0 abstentions.
So it is not approved. Honorable members, with a division of 22 members voting for, 18 members voting against, and no abstentions, the motion for the third reading of the Miscellaneous Provisions Anti-Gang and Bail Bill 2016 is not approved. Leader of the House.
Thank you very much.
Members, I'm on my legs. Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House to now adjourn to Monday, the 4th of July at 1:30 p.m., at which time we'll be doing the finance bill number 2, and we'll be taking it through all its stages.
Honorable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to Monday, the 4th of July, 2016 at 1:30 p.m. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? No. The ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to Monday, the 4th of July, 2016 at 1:30 p.m.
This has been a presentation of the Parliament Channel and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM.